This forum will focus on the recent developments in the national and local electricity markets in the GCC region and the planned roadmap for the regional electricity market. The attendees to this forum today include representatives from the Ministries of Energy, Power Utilities, energy regulators, and sector experts from the GCC region. The forum will have a hybrid format to allow participants to attend in person, or we will have participants joining us virtually through an online platform. This forum that we are holding today will also address the challenges in the Gulf electricity market in transition from the bilateral market to an organized exchange-based market. Ladies and gentlemen, as you are all aware that the ongoing developments of the GCC electricity market on the transmission capacity management, the market rules, and the exchange rules will also be discussed today in this forum. I would like now to request Engineer Ahmed Al-Ibrahim, the CEO of GCCIA, the host of this forum today, to come to stage and address the gathering. Thank you, Engineer Ahmed.
السلام عليكم اخواني اخواتي، صباحكم الله بالخير. سعيد بتواجدكم معنا اليوم في منتدى تجارة الطاقة، ودائما سعيدين بنشوف هالوجوه النيرة معنا. اسمحوا لي ان اتكلم بالانجليزي شوي في بعض الاجانب. Thank you all for being here in our forum about power trading. When we started the interconnection 12 years ago, I think the focus was mainly on about security. But I think as we progressed, our vision was more about having the market. And that's why we had our first power trading forum in 2010. And from that time, we had progressive forums like this, where we gradually built the vision and shared with you the ways to develop the market. I think we came a long way from that time. The last few years, we have witnessed a big growth in the volumes of trading. And through that, I think, and through the cooperation with the member states, we developed many initiatives. One of them is the platform for trading. And I think through this kind of forums, putting our heads together and coming up with initiatives, we will reach the goal that we want of having a really effective and efficient electricity market in the GCC that will serve all the member states. So thank you again for being here, and we are looking forward to listening today to experiences and visions and lessons learned from what we have done and ways to develop and build initiatives in the future. Thank you all.
Thank you, Engineer Al-Ibrahim, GCCIA CEO. Now, I would like to ask Dr. Muhammad Al-Hamad from GCCIA, who's also the moderator of this session on developments of regional and local electricity markets in the GCC, to come to stage and deliver his presentation.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الخلق سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما كثيرا. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for attending this forum. Actually, it is our pleasure to have you here, and it is our pleasure to discuss a very important item and subject related to the market. Actually, it is your market, not us. More than that, and actually we would like to introduce some of the subject which is introductory to our sessions, and if you can see here, and also our colleagues, also there is in the Zoom, also they are following us in this presentation. Session 1, it is about the development of regional and local market in the GCC country. And actually, we would like, in these sessions, we would like to introduce the importance of markets and how it is developed worldwide. As you can see here, this is the more regional markets mature in the worldwide. And if you don't mind to move a little bit this picture, at least to show the attendance, the type of market worldwide. And you can see here first the largest one, it is European Union. And the second one, which is, as you can see it here, this is the European Union, which is almost 1 terawatt gigawatt hour, which is the very huge, largest market in the world. And that continues showing the capacity of the market. Also, the next one is the Indian market, where it is not, it's less mature than the European Union, where the European Union, as you know, that it is, it's already very mature in terms of regulation and other things, reaching to the end customer, third party, until the end customers, and that will show the size of economy in this related. And the third one, which is, as you can see it, it is the GCC area, where it has a big opportunity to become one of the largest markets in the world in term of size, but still not mature enough in terms of structuring, unbundling, reaching to the third-party customers, to the end-user customers. And this is our journey where we would like to go through. And the rest of the markets, as known, is in South America, then the North America, which is, as you can see it here, North America, it is in the last report in 2020, the retail sales for the electricity in the United States, it's almost $390 billion. And that shows how's the size of the market and what's the value of that market. And you can vice versa, you can imagine the size of other markets. And as you can see it here also, in the next slide, the next one. Okay, the Myung and the South Africa Power Pool. South Africa Power Pool, which is almost similar to our market, and so on and so forth. That increased the economy, flexibility, new technology you can enter to the region or to the network, and transparency, which is very important factor in the market, and which lead to develop and more investment, security of supply, where you'll be having more generation and more diversity in the sources, and also and climate change and affordability. This is a very important item, which is very to develop any market and mature it. And this is worldwide, the market, as you can see it here. If we go with the next slide, you can see here the development in the electricity market in GCC country. We start in 2009. As you can recognize and you can recall, we have developed in 2012, 2014, the DART. Then we developed we come up with the initiative, which is how we can develop the market. From that sense, we start having a roadmap and a roundtable meeting, and we come up with many pilot projects, at least to ignite the market. And through this ignition, we come up with a new market rule, exchange rules, which is it was one of the pillars to move the market. And we start with developing in-house the GEM system, which helped us in moving forward with that. And actually, if you can see from this journey to reach to the maturity of the market, we will talk here about some of the sessions, it will focus some of the pillars which help in developing the market. And you can see it here in the third session, we will talk about developing the system for capacity. And in the fourth session, we'll talk about a new market and how we structure the market internal, and so on and so forth. That will help also to have next boost to the market in the coming days. As you can see, our first market we are developing, it is capacity market, and we are using trade dart system. We have spinning reserve, and that's through the trade dart system. Then we develop the bilateral market using our GEMS, which is in-house developed system. Then we are going with the spot market, and this is one of the pillars we are focusing on to find the prices and let member state trade, and using our GEMS system, which is developed in-house. And then we have the fifth market, which is exchange based on the bilateral market. Also, it is available in GEMS. And we have the balancing system, which is pretty premature for the ancillary service market. And we hope that it is one of the markets we need to develop it in the upcoming days. As you can see, this development, it was almost 8.4. This is the average growth, if you can see it, since 2016. And that shows very positive trend for the development of the market. Since in the other markets, we noticed now in the US and Canada market, it has less development. It is almost 3% reduction in the market from their side, but still in GCC market, still we are developing our market. And that's through a lot of workshop, enforcement. You can see the diversity. We have more, interaction along with the month, and some of them in kind, some of them in cash. But there is some activities now. It's moving more and maturing the system. Before I end from my introductory, actually, what we want to focus on, we are working on developing the bilateral market. Also, we are working in the regional reference price, which is very important pillar to have the day-ahead market or intraday market. And that will help member states also to interact more and more among each other. Then we are supporting that with the regulatory support, which is very important pillar. That the next transition, which is we are focusing in, which is unbundling system in GCC, and that's what we would like to hear from our audience in the first session, and the price subsidies and how the transformation in the member states, which can help all the economy in the GCC to develop more, and also supporting the wholesale market in the region with the trade models. This is the next opportunity. Then we will go with the further and further elaboration in the market using, it depends on the maturity and the targets of member states they are targeting to have. I don't want to elaborate on that, but what we are looking for, member states, they need to work together. They work internal. They need to shift from the first type of the market shape, which is rigid market, and they go to the interactions and to unbundle the generation from transmission and other and the customers, retailers. Then they can be able to interact to each other. This is the journey which is almost will come as position single buyer we have in the member state. The next steps, we think that some of the member states will replace their single buyer by market, and they can interact with the regional market. Other markets also, if it is more developed and come up like such as also much mature market, and they have their internal market, they can link and they link all the market to each other to have the regional market, which is interactive and elaborative with all of that. Thank you for hearing that. And thank you also. I would like to mention that I'm happy that I'll be moderator of this session. And for this session, I would like to welcome Riyad Al-Amir, Engineer Riyad Al-Amir, please. Who is working in the principal buyer, manager in the market sales and other things. And we have also in our session, Mr. Jasim Muhammad Uthman. Welcome him. And we have also Abdulaziz Mahmoud.
السلام عليكم.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله. نعم. Welcome all of you in the sessions. جماعة الاي تي اذا تحطون اخونا عبد العزيز المحمود معنا في الصورة. اي نعم ممتاز.
لا يا رجال ما يحتاج احسن بدون.
منورنا يا اخوي منورنا يا ابو احمد جزاك الله خير بالعكس.
الله يجزاكم خير.
الله يحفظك.
اعذرونا ما قدرنا نحضر معاكم الحقيقة لكن كان في اجتماع كان في مشروع حي الصراحة اضطرينا نبقى هنا ولا بدنا نشوفكم يعني من زمان عنكم الحقيقة.
اي والله شرف لنا تكون معانا هنا واحنا سعيدين على الاقل موجود معانا عبر الاثير مع الجماعه كلنا متفاعلين هنا معاكم. اشكرك على الحضور الله يحفظك. ومعنا هنا ابو معن وعندنا ابو محمد موجودين في هاي السيشنز. بضطر ان انقلب انجليزي مره ثانيه عشان كل السيشنز. Thank you for attending these sessions and actually what I would like to say here, B'Ma'an, you see now the whole development worldwide, it is all going, it's more than now 2 decades. Market is developing everywhere. And you know, all Gulf countries, Saudi Arabia, Emirates, Qatar, all they are working in the market which is fuel and gas, where the energy gas is including also electricity. And we would like to hear about what's the kind of development now? What's going on? We heard a lot of there is some change and there is some, we noticed there is some news in developing. So I would like to hear from you about the development in your area and your sectors. Thank you.
Thank you, Abu Yusuf. Assalamu alaikum to all. It is a good opportunity for me to speak to such a good gathering. Abu Yusuf, as you know, you are part of the world. And we are, since we are maybe a little bit late in having this open market or competitive market, but the good thing here that we are learning from others, from the experience. Maybe we noticed lately there are a lot of some problems which they face even. Sometimes due to high prices they were not expecting and maybe the fuel price and the changes. This all lead to rethinking of what has been done so far. So the good opportunity now for GCC countries that they have the chance. They now see, as you said, 20 years of rich experience worldwide, everywhere. We are now, should be in a good shape to create the competitive market in the way that it works for us and at the same time learn from others' experience. We do not need and we do not want to copy what they have done. And not necessarily that we move the same steps and the same map road that they have. Because we know there are a lot of things, a lot of improvement which can be done first to suit ourselves and also maybe we will be in a better shape than what they think. One important issue of Yusuf that we have in GCC, we are part of the world. We know about the green energy and so on, and we believe in it. But also we know how you can reach there and what is the best way to reach to this stage. You do not need to go maybe in a fast, just within years, from depending totally on gas and fuel and so on, to just abandon it on just a very short period. This is not going to be the case, and I think from what we can see, we have now the chance to build ourselves in a good shape. And if I talk about Saudi Arabia, what we have done so far, I think we started by creating companies under the umbrella of Saudi Electricity Company. This was the first stage. Principal buyer, national grid, generation company, they are all there. And now the first stage now achieved by the support from His Royal Highness Minister Abdulaziz. Principal buyer now will be as a separate entity, and we are expecting this to happen. Already the royal order is there, but we're expecting to finalize everything by end of this month. This is a good enabler to start the business. After that, we are also, as I said, we know and we try to get the best from the worldwide and to adopt it in the way that it will work for GCC.
Thank you. Well, I'm pleased to hear that it is very important to not copy and paste from any other type of market, and you need to learn and adapt whatever suiting your case. And that's very good news. And let's see, from other hand, here we have in UAE, what's going? We heard a lot of new stories, new things, and I believe that UAE, they are like a rocket and doing some of the projects, they are booming like this. So, Jasim, please tell me what's going on here.
Thank you, Dr. Mohammed. I think I will say something that already my brother or my colleague Riyadh already said, because he have touched on very important points, and learning from neighbor countries and from international practice and experiences, best experiences is a key. And to move forward there, we need to pick the right things that can fit into our system. And to give you a high picture, EWIC is planning and forecasting for the energy sector, and as well purchase and supply for the electricity and water in the Emirate of Abu Dhabi and beyond. So when I say the supply and demand, now I can tell you that our LDC, Load Dispatch Center, is merged with EWIC. So we are now in charge of planning from real time and to future years to come. So that's a new step happened in January 2022. Mm-hmm. And this is a very good step in terms of having the full picture of the system. In terms of opportunities, what I can tell...
Actually, I was impressed from the step, because that step, which when I was in Hungary, when they start their market, actually the first step, that's the control centers. It's split, that's the dispatcher from the control engineers, and the dispatcher, they are moved to your department, am I right? So you are controlling and the dispatching of the electricity. That's very interesting.
Yep, it is. And to add into that, in terms of opportunities, we are integrating the solar and nuclear to our system. That's very, a very big changes. And for that, it's creating a lot of dynamics into our system. And for these dynamics, what we can see, it's a lot of opportunities to trade power. Mm-hmm. So when we have a lot of changes to the dynamics of the system cost, we have a lot of opportunities to make or transfer this to opportunities to trade power.
Excellent. Really, it is very impressing and very good development. And I think that it's starting motivating the market internal.
It is motivating the market, and what I can see in terms of our sector, we like EWIC, we have the license, we have the trading consent from the Department of Energy in Abu Dhabi. Mm-hmm. So we are fully flexible in terms of at least the bilateral deals, in terms of it is in cash or in kind, whether it is import or export. We are fully flexible, and I think in terms of bilateral, you are on top of the game there.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you for this. Actually, this is very impressive. Some of the development which is happening here, that's overall developing regional, worldwide. And from Kahraman, how are you? أبو أحمد شو أخبارك؟
يا هلا مرحبا. Thank you Dr. Mohammed.
Talk from your side. Also, we are hearing a lot of items, new things related to the sectors in energy-wise. And how's the development in your area?
Thank you, Dr. Mohammed. Agree with what my colleague said about learning from the other countries' experience, and I think it's something that we are doing effectively with GCCIA as a facilitator. But what we have right now in Kahraman, we don't expect any major institutional changes. So similar to what is happening in other countries. But internally, we are taking the actions necessary to, let's say, to improve the capabilities for energy trading. And I think one of the major milestones that we have finally managed to get is that we have signed an agreement with the fuel provider for specifically for trading. So I think this will streamline the efforts that we can do and give us clarity in terms of fuel prices on a quarterly basis and the methods to enter into bilateral contracts and a lot of other things. Now, what is left is to, I guess, improve the procedures and the interdepartmental cooperation and institutions, especially at the load dispatch center and the market or trading teams. And that's something that we are working on, and we expect to streamline this and be, let's say, more agile in our trading exercises in the near future.
Okay, that's excellent. We are happy to hear that. And it's that meaning they are linking now the prices for of the oil and gas toward your also internal restructuring, or I mean fuel supplier to the internal and external. I'm right?
Yes. So basically, there is going to be a regularly updated price specifically for energy trading. With a maximum cap on the amount of capacity or energy to be traded, and this is done on a regular basis, on a quarterly basis. So that means that we will have the price in hand without having to go and coordinate every time. And I think this will, as I said, this will make us have more capability to trade in the near future.
Abu Ahmed, you expect this price to be valid for long time or only short term?
Unfortunately, the maximum that we could get was 3 months. We had tried for longer than that, but they said that they will have to update it on a quarterly basis. And for anything longer, we streamlined the procedure to get the price from them just by giving the duration and the amount, and then they will give us the price on a case-by-case basis. So even for that, we expect to get the price within a few days. But as a quarterly price, it will be available every quarter.
But they will allow you to make long term and even without knowing the prices, or they will not allow for long term agreement with trade?
No, for long term, we will have to coordinate them on case-by-case basis for the prices.
Thank you.
Okay. It is good news that you link and you start focusing also in the some short, which is quarterly, and that's step very good, at least to mature the market step by step. And that's lead me to the next question. And so you have some plans now to create the market and develop the market. And actually, we would like to hear from you. What's the key challenges? And which is to ignite the market or to mature the market in local and to reach a certain development, please.
Abu Yusuf, I don't like all those challenges. Let's say enablers. So what will enable us to achieve our goals? Actually, what Abu Ahmed touched is a very important issue, I think, which is the fixing the prices of the fuel. As you know, we have a subsidy on the fuel price and also in the electricity tariff prices. And this is one of the issues that we should be very careful when we deal with it. Because as you know, when you make a deal externally to trade outside, you have to have your basis for to calculate how much is the price, and based on what you make your pricing. And one important issue is, of course, the fuel prices. And this is why we always try to get a fixed price for as long as possible, especially that now we are talking sometimes about long term, like what you know about Iraq or something, long-term agreement that we are looking for, and we are expecting even maybe internally between GCCIA, something like this might happen. So this is an important issue, and I think we are looking for it, and hopefully we find a very suitable solution. When we talk about maybe the fuel oil is maybe a little bit, you can't have a reference. You may say the international price of oil, but when you talk about gas, it is more difficult in this situation.
You're right, yeah.
And this is what makes us more. And I think now, maybe most of the GCC countries, they don't expect you to burn oil to transfer power outside. Gas will be acceptable, but when we talk about how to burn oil inside in order to trade it or to send it to outside the country, this is, it will be very difficult to explain.
It's a very good point that how we can link the gas, and that's one of the things which is because of most of our generation here is gas fired.
True.
Yep.
That's true. But I think we are moving forward very well, and maybe now when principal buyer will be a separate entity and owned by the government, this is a very good enabler. First, to make sure that investors know that no more SEC or Saudi Electricity Committee are the one who are taking care of everything. Now there is an entity which is owned by the government. It is actually unprofitable even entity, and will be transparent when dealing with customers and with also with investors. For specifically that we have a lot of projects coming, a lot of renewable energy projects now already on the market, and this is why I think principal buyer spinning off was the best enabler for us to start our journey. We are looking for more, and hopefully by time we are expecting, inshallah, it will be more mature with the help, of course, with GCCIA support to enable us with respect to trading reforms and policies, and I think we start in the right direction.
Yeah, right. Yeah. And I think now a big journey is coming for you, and you need to cope with that. Thank you for this. And what about UAE? How's now the enablers for the market here?
Yeah. So I would say in terms of challenges and enablers, there are a lot. So the challenge is the first thing I can see, the liquidity of the market. And the second can be the limited number of players. So what we need is that if we can have multiple buyers and sellers in the market, we'll have the right liquidity, and that will create it will refresh the market in terms of the opportunities, in terms of the deals. And as you say, the enablers, what else we need is that the regulatory incentives and mandates within each of the member states at least. And I would say as well, in terms of structure, the sector structure should help. And I'm very glad that what I'm hearing, what's happening in the KSA, and those changes really help towards the right direction of creating the market. And on top of what the sector should look like, the entity itself, you should have the capabilities in terms of the trading team. So even if your sector is helping you in terms of the shape of the organization, you need the right capabilities, you need the right model, You need the pricing model, or so in terms of you identify your own price in terms of this model. So all of these will help. And I will add one other thing is that can in my perspective, can have an impact is to standardize the energy products.
Okay.
And when you have a very clear picture of what you're trading, like if you can say a summer peak or a summer base or a winter base. So all of these, when you identify it, you have a very transparency what you're looking for, what is there that you can get from the market.
Oh, really, very excellent, very interesting items from the enablers, liquidity, number of players, that's third party or whatever to increase number of players, and regulations. That's a very important items, and related to the product also. I like the item which is standardize the product and building the right team who's capable of knowing whatever you need and structure the product as it will be right for that period or for this period. Thank you for this. And for Mohammed, what's your insight for the enablers, for the market? So either it is in local or for the, after that we will talk about the regional.
Yeah, from my side, I think one of the main enablers, let's say from a system point of view, would be the increased penetration of renewable energy. I think this will give more opportunities for trading between member states, utilizing some of the variability and intermittency that these face. But I would like to stress what my colleague from UAE mentioned about I guess the institutional enablers. So the staff, the correct staff that does these things, the tools that they have, the procedures, I guess the financial clearing and support. I think all these will be effective in supporting the trading, as well as the training and education for the staff, and giving them the responsibility and enabling them instead of going through long approval processes.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, this is very interesting, and that shows us that's what's next we need to do. And actually, if you start now with all of that in your region and to develop the market, whatever now to the level you are looking into, what's the next step? How you can link your market and the regional market? At least you make it like a complete picture for your economy, and you can utilize whatever benefit through the I mean the cross border, which is now available among of us. In this segment, or any thoughts and insights from your side on that?
So I think, Yusuf, as you know, GCC-IA interconnection with all GCC countries, they have a good opportunity between themselves, but still maybe it is limited, maybe as covered by our colleagues, because of many aspects. One of them that the shape of the load are almost the same weather, same. So we know that in the summer our loads are increasing. In winter maybe 60-70% of our generation are not used. So and this is similar to all GCC countries. So I think the best thing will be when we interconnected with others, and I think this will have a better opportunity for us to trade. And based on that, I think the future interconnection with the Arab countries, which coming through Iraq, through Egypt, Saudi Arabia with Egypt, and also with Jordan. And maybe in the future we can reach to Europe. And this is our thing, maybe is our goals. And maybe all GCC countries, they think a lot, specifically when we talk about the renewables. GCC countries, they have a good opportunity to be the hub for renewable energy worldwide. And I think there are now a lot of projects, maybe in most of the GCC countries. I think they will succeed, but we have to trade this energy and to where. And this is the best thing that we should think together in order to reach a lot of energy where it will be actually traded to. Because when you have a lot of energy and it is green, cheap energy compared with the energy now, if we see the prices in Europe, for example, it reached very high, very expensive. So I think we have a good opportunity, and our opportunity will increase with this interconnection. Hopefully, when we have the interconnection with Arab countries, and after that we have trading with outside the region, the opportunity will be very high. I know there are a lot of projects in this, and even in Sigri there are a lot of, they talk about this. I think our colleague Abu Ali Muhammad al-Sheikhi is the member in this, and they cover a lot of thought. Where is the renewable energy hub there, and who will utilize this energy, how to utilize it internationally, even to, they think over, even to reach to United States. There are a lot of things that we have to think, and we should not have a limit. And when we say something, sometimes they say, how come you reach United States? Now maybe we think that it is difficult. In the future you will see that it is possible, and we will achieve it.
Yeah, thank you. Really, it is impressive that and futuristic. This is good to have that like this rock. And from your side, Mohammed, what do you think now on this, considering the regional market with the development which is in your local market? How we can see it?
So what I can say here is that first of all, GCCI is playing a significant role in providing the cross-border reserves and enabling the security of supply. So to move, looking to the security of supply reasons, trades, to the other direction of how to have the market, and not only to secure our own shortages. So what I see in terms of the missing parts in the puzzle is that we need to have the day-ahead trading market and intraday market. When you have these both, you will have the efficient local price discovery mechanism. So when you have that and you couple it with the right capacity allocation methodologies, the CACM, you will have the right efficient price discovery along the member states, and you'll have the both market to be created more efficiently. And yeah, so that's something I look that we need a harmonized local day-ahead trading market.
Yeah, thank you. That's very impressive look, and I think it will be helpful. ابشر بس ما عقب ما يخلص ابو احمد واعطيكم المجال كامل. تفضل ابو احمد. From your side, how your angle point of view, how you can see that integration, this market, and from your local to regional market?
As I said before, at the risk of repeating this too many times, I think when the countries develop their procedures and get their institutional framework up to speed, I'm sure that we will be seeing an uptick in the trading between the GCCI states. And one thing that I think the member states can do, and maybe the GCCI can help, is something like a gap analysis exercise for the countries. So in terms of institutions, how are they in terms of procedure? Are they using the correct software and pricing mechanisms? Do they have the necessary, fuel pricing arrangements? Do they have all that is required to reach this level of trading that is our ambition together collectively? And I think this exercise will be helpful to see all the member states where they are and benefit from each other. So this could be something that will help support. In addition to that, I mentioned before the renewable energy. I think it will force the member states to utilize the interconnector much more effectively and on a commercial basis using trading.
Yep, thank you. Very important point. Thank you a lot on that, especially the gap analysis. I like it. We may think to go ahead with that. And let me open the floor for the audience for questions. And please, Bu Ali. I like your questions usually.
السلام عليكم صباحكم الله بالخير. Thank you to the speakers. Thank you Yusuf طبعا. Thank you to the speakers. The discussion I think was great. I'll pick it up from what Bu Ahmed mentioned. And he says there is still lots of opportunities, and opportunities comes mostly with the trading between the member states. And we know from even our own studies that trading represents about 70% of the economic benefits, if we think about the economic benefits. Now then, also I heard Bu Ma'an talking about limitations within the GCC member states when it comes to trading, because of the same season, the same peak, all that. And of course, we recognize this challenge. But if we learn from the other countries, mostly interconnectors come within neighboring countries, and mostly they will have the same thing. They will have the same season, they will have the same peak, more or less. But still we find trading represents a lot in terms of economic opportunities, even within the member states outside the GCC regions. Of course, there are many things. We can see even from our own studies within the GCCIA, there are still lots of opportunities. And I find from this is not me, I mean, this is the study says it. There are lots of capacities being even overbuilt capacities within the member state. And this is definitely represents an economic burden when we do overcapacities. So I'm sure there are ways to optimize again on instead of overbuilding capacities and use the interconnector between the member states to do some trading, mainly if it makes economic sense. So how do you see it from your own sides, everybody? I mean, if we can if there is a chance that instead of building over capacities, we can more or less use the interconnector in more and more of trading. Thank you.
Thank you. Very interesting. Please, Juan.
Yeah, well, I think your insight is very known, and it is right that still there is an opportunity. And we know that GCC, they have now already, they make some trading. I know it is not up to the expectation we are looking for. But instead to reach to this, I think there should be somehow a coordination when we talk even in a planning wise. And this is not happening right now. And I'm not sure about what they have done in Europe with respect to planning. But as we know that they have they are utilizing everybody, the resources that it has. And based on that, some of the countries known to have a lot of generation, and the others are consumers. When we talk about France, for example, are the one that maybe many of the countries depend on them because of they have a nuclear generation and so on. And but for GCC countries, we didn't reach to the stage where I plan with coordination with others. Everybody is planning away, and for the security of his country, of course, and maybe looking for trading with others. But till now, we did not reach to the stage where they said we all together should make a plan that will suit you, which means that I have an additional capacity because maybe it is the cheapest from my side to generate, and the other country accept that it has a shortage of generation and depends on the other country Still, we are not in this state, but if we can reach it, I think that will be the optimum that everybody is looking for.
Yeah, thank you for this answer. Thank you. And any further questions or answers from our...
Can we hear from everybody?
Yeah, I can say my opinion as well. Actually, what Riyadh said is very right in terms of this is a key enabler to make the trading happen in the right way. But I think, as I can see, that the enabler as well as the intentions in terms of when we first start all of the investments in the capacities or others. Our intention is to secure ourselves first, then depend on the interconnection, or first when we plan for it, we can jointly have a view on the planning, as you said. So the intention is shifting the view from just a security of supply to a market. And to have that mindset, first thing I can see the enabler is to having a day-ahead market within each member state. If each member state can be successful in happening their own local market, the integration with the regional will be much easier.
Thank you. We're still talking about security of supply. Everybody wants security of supply, but here we're talking about combined.
Yeah. Sure.
If I may, يعني I can add to that. That the GCCIA or the interconnector is being considered in our generation planning. It is already a factor in that, and I mean this has been for a while now, and it has proven itself to be, I'd say, a dependable source of in long-term generation planning. But the key thing, I think, with a lot of the GCC states is that there may be a degree of overcapacity due to economic reasons, where more efficient plants are being built to replace older plants, especially those that use different type of fuel. And the advent of renewable energy also will be increasing the capacity. So although it is definitely being considered, at least speaking for Qatar, it is considered in the generation planning, you may not see the effect due to other economic reasons that cause, let's say, an overcapacity of generation, especially when we take into account the addition of water sometimes.
Thank you. Great answer.
Thank you. Any further question from attendees? Yes, please.
Good morning, all. This is Nasser Al-Qassabi from Oman Power and Water Procurement Company. Thanks for the speakers, and thanks for the information being shared to the audience. Actually, very valuable information being shared. Now, maybe I have another question to Jassim. Now, the UAE, they decided to shift the load dispatch center again to EWIC. Now, some of our member states, they are having the load dispatch center along with the transmission system operator. Now, the question, what's the main drivers for this, so we can learn as a member state from this really key change within the structure there in UAE?
Thank you, Nasser. Very interesting question, and I think the reason behind mainly it is about the sector of the model of the sector, and to have the entity who is planning for the future and dispatching should be independent from the rest of the IWPPs or the independent water and power producers. So when you have the independent procurer and as well dispatcher, you have the ability to take your own decisions, and you are fully decoupled in terms of taking your own decisions. So away from the asset management and portfolio of the companies what you own in terms of assets, when you have your own or you have one entity, the procurer with the dispatchers or the control room, that will help you to plan well from real time until the midterm to the long-term planning. That's the first key important point to highlight here. The second is the synergies that you can find and the collaboration in terms of the price discoveries, others. It can be a more feasible way.
Thanks, Yasin.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Yes, question there, that side, please.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I have just one question, which is for all the speakers. One thing that I always think about it regarding the power trading through regional or national scales is the countries or member states in the GCC are looking to connect these power trading initiatives or planning to be more comprehensive, to be connected to the whole economy. Because what I see, and maybe I am wrong, that every electrical utility is working individually. There is no a real measurement about the contribution of the economy and how it will be the impact of the environment. We were talking about renewable energy. Renewable energy, there are several stakeholders to be involved. There are also job creations to be considered. So all these things is supposed to be looked as holistic approach, not just the electrical utility to take the decision. Because if you take it in one angle, you will see a lot of cost, a lot of difficulty, while when you see it in national scale, to contribute to the oil and gas sector, even to contribute to the environmental indicators through the country itself, then the vision will be different. Do you consider all these things in your utilities, or you have different perspective, or maybe in the future you will look at it in different angle? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think in the planning, they take care of all of this. Because actually when they decide to go to renewable energy, actually because the country itself, it has to decide that it will have a zero carbon by 2050, for example. So for sure, there is a coordination among all entities in the government. And they take decision, and for example now our target is by 2030 we will have our electricity 50-50, which means 50 from renewable and 50 from gas, and no more oil burning at all. And this is a government decision, and it gives us an instruction in order to proceed with this. Already we met with them and we make the plan how to achieve this goal. So actually, yes, there is a coordination among all government parties. There is always a target, and then based on that, they make a plan for everybody in his sector to achieve it. From our side, from Aramco, for example, side, so everybody has his role in this to achieve the optimum goal that the government is looking for.
Yeah, thank you. And what about UAE?
Thank you for your question. I think my thoughts are shared with Riyadh. I think in terms of coordination, it's already there. When we have the goals for the country, there's a coordinated efforts before putting the goals, and there's coordinated efforts to implement these goals. I think what extra thing we need is as a policy is that where the gas suppliers can integrate more with the procurers of power plants, and to this I think it's one of the enablers will be the market itself, a local market where there's a feasibility of the economics benefits as well.
Okay, thank you. And Ahmed?
Yeah, it's the same for us in terms of the long-term generation planning. All the factors that you mentioned are being considered. But the only thing that I would add that will be coming in the near future is that as we develop our models, we will be factoring emissions into it. So emissions will be one of the factors that are considered in the short term, also short-term dispatch, and possibly in trading. So I would anticipate that as an EMC market and trade, we may need to provide this information to between the member states because in the end there is a transition going on where all countries are trying to achieve some environmental targets. So this information will be crucial to have. That okay, I'm getting electricity from X country, but what are the emissions that are included in that trading? So it needs some thinking also. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's summarize all the answers. We are almost out of the time, and I would like to appreciate your participation, this delegate, and thank you for all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Dr. Muhammad Al-Hamad. Now I would like to invite Engineer Ahmed Al-Ibrahim to present trophies to participants. Please stay on stage. Please a group photo as well. Thank you very much for the valuable presentation and discussion. In 5 minutes, we will kick off again with our next session. The topic would be the roadmap for the Gulf electricity market. And the first presentation would be by Mr. Pierluigi Vicini from CESI. And we will have 3 participants. We will do it in 5 minutes, inshallah. 5 minutes break.
الو تيست. هي تمام صوته. تيست تيست.
تيست.
الإخوة الحضور، حابين نبلش السيشن الجديدة لو سمحتوا. الإخوة الحضور لو سمحتوا. الإخوة الحضور. الحضور ممكن تفضلوا. لو سمحتوا إخوة الحضور، بتمنى to have seats please. Gentlemen,
it's time the session to start, please. Please join.
Gentlemen, can you have your seats, please? We will kick off the next session in minutes. الإخوة الحضور ممكن gentlemen, our next session for the day would be the roadmap for the GCC electricity market. And it will start with a presentation by Mr. Pierluigi Vicini from CESI. And then we will go to a panel discussion to be moderated by Mr. Riyad Al-Umair in the presence of Mr. Carlo Digel Espositi from EGI and Mr. Vicini himself. Now I would like to ask Mr. Pierluigi Vicini of CESI to address the gathering.
Thank you very much, everybody. Good afternoon and salam alaikum. It's a real pleasure to be here today to discuss with you about the evolution of the GCC electricity markets, and thank you to GCC IA for this opportunity of being here today. So, we are talking now about the potential roadmap and what could be the lessons learned worldwide that could provide useful insights to GCC for the evolution of its electricity market. So, okay, so after the introduction, I will show you some international experience, then I will go into detail to the GCC market roadmap, and then some conclusions. So, all of you know, let's say that the benefits that are coming from these great projects of interconnecting the GCC country related to installed capacity sharing, support during emergency, increase of security of supply, operating reserve, and also electricity trading. So, what's happening in terms of electricity trading here in the region? Well, we see that there is a very promising, as also shown before by Dr. Mohammed, an increase of the regional trading. But a lot can be done still, and a lot of benefits can be achieved. Most of the trading as of now, it's on in kind. There are also some in cash. And from a study that we have developed for GCC together with GCCIA and CESI, we see that there are certain benefits that potentially can be achieved through in-kind transaction. But if we go and we see what's the potential of in-cash trading opportunities, we see that the picture is much higher. We can achieve up to 100 million per year of benefits in terms of reduction of total cost for the system. And it's important to highlight that this bilateral trading in cash is something not so difficult to implement. It's something, let's say, it's a relatively low-hanging fruit that can be taken by the country. And of course, if we increase even further our perspective and we consider the detailed and the introduction of more complex and more advanced systems as an early day-ahead market, the benefits can even double. So, despite the increase in transactions that we have, much more can be done. And if we see the overview of the current situation for the GCC region, we see that at the regional level, actually, we have a quite good framework because there is a sufficient regulatory framework, there is the general agreement between the countries, there is the PITA agreement that regulates the trading. There is also the regional interconnection, so as we will see later, the availability of the infrastructure, it's not something trivial, so, and it's working well. There are some limitations. So most of these points we have been already discussed in the very interesting section before regarding the fuel prices for generation, regarding the early stage of unbundling, that it's not a must condition but could favor the trading at regional level. No third-party access, so only the TSO or the principal buyer can currently access the interconnector. And also another point is the need in general, and this is a very natural process, to increase the confidence sector-wise on the operation and the procedures for trading. Because when you have to put real money in the table, of course, and you have never done it before, of course, there is an increase of complexity and to build the capacity about the thing. So let's see some examples for international cases that can be interesting for the development of the GCC region. First one that I would like to show you is the case of Italy. So this is the profile of import-export of Italy. Generally, Italy is an electricity importer country. And as you can see, we started after the first energy package in 1996 from the European Commission for the opening and bundling of the sector and introduction of electricity. In around 1999, we started to have the electricity trading. So we are here. But this didn't limit the trading opportunity before the unbundling and the market opening at national level. The Enel, the company that was the vertically integrated company that was owning generation, transmission, and distribution, however, reached agreement even before the opening of the market. Of course, the type of contract were bilateral based, not that they had market, with simplified time slots, seasonal exchanges. Very important, the feedback that we have before from UAE regarding the need of having standard products. So of course, you cannot go too much granular, but you can do. And the point is that to have the interest, and the commitment to have it, and to realize that there is an economic cost for the fuel at national level, so your mission has to basically, if you work as a vertical utility, to decrease and to minimize the generation cost for your country. So the final message is that trading can be achieved even if in non-market environment, even if you don't have a non-market environment. A second example that I would like to show you regarding the Southeast Europe energy community. So in the Southeast region, basically, in let's say 2005, 2006, there was a starting opening of let's say receipt of the indication from the European Union regarding the deregulation. But we're starting from a situation where the sector was dominated again by a vertical utility company. Also, there was very much diversity between each country to another. There was an heritage for the Soviet Union, so not open to market. But they started to work for basically for integrating between themselves and then to integrate to the European electricity market. So here. So basically, here there are analogies if you see respect to the GCC regarding the still not market environment inside the member states, but the opportunity to achieve a regional trading. So what was done and the lesson learned is that at the beginning a very complex and detailed market model was proposed and was tried to be pursued. Of course, in principle, it was the best solution, probably optimal for doing it. But in practice, also for the reason of need of increasing market confidence, need to take time to recognize changes and to implement effective actions, it revealed to be, at the beginning, too much complex. And so it was necessary to have a transitional phase starting with bilateral market transactions that facilitated the born of traders, cross-border traders between countries to increase liquidity and so to have a market to stimulate. So at the end, despite the actions of the European community to favor and to coordinate, it was necessary to have a strong political commitment and support from the government. Of course, the initial target to go too ambitious and too complex from the beginning, it was actually because of delay of further, but the transitional phase was a very positive side, and nowadays there are the national market are born, and the integration is still ongoing. The final example that I would like to mention with you is the Baltic Energy Market Interconnection Plan. Let's say that there are similar problems that we have seen before. So basically countries that were coming from the Soviet heritage and still not market environment, so that was a barrier for the integration at European level. And here there is also an additional challenge to overcome. There was the lack of infrastructure, because let's say still right now, but especially at the beginning, these countries were depending very much from Russia. Also, they are synchronous with the Russian regions, and the interconnection were limited. So for favoring the integration towards the regional market at European level, there was an active and constant monitoring of the European Commission. It was launched a specific program that was aimed to pursue both market integration, but also having the infrastructure for making the market possible. And so as a result, this is an example of the different situation between 2017 and 2015, where you can see that basically the Baltic region was heavily dependent from the imports from Russia, anyhow, from the former Soviet bloc, while in 2015 the situation was quite different, with a much higher integration towards the Nordic region, and the decrease of the import from Russia. Furthermore, the Baltic countries, as a result in 2015, are also coupled with the European electricity market. And so it is a case of successful integration that was based on a strong political support, a strong coordination, let's say top-down, let's say from the European Commission to help. There were like month-by-month meetings with the representatives of the TSOs to favor this process. Funding was important because infrastructure was not there, so it was important to have it. Without interconnection and without a solid grid, it was not possible. And also transparency process. It's very important. It is also one of the pillars of the markets. Right now, if you go to the ENSOE website, which is you see the flow hour by hour for each day, all over the Europe. So, having this background in mind, we can focus on the GCC market. Also here, during the time, we have collaborated with GCCIA, together with CESI, to discuss together and to discuss with the stakeholders to see how it could be a potential. And what it was identified is that it would be beneficial to have a staged approach, so to make sure that you go to the next stage when you reach a certain confidence and you build you achieve a certain target in the stage before. And to start, the priorities, it's the creation of liquidity, improvement of liquidity, so of market transaction, starting from what's easier in the short term to be achieved, like bilateral contracting, where the framework is already there and could be even favored more. Of course, it's important to create or to start to think to the creation of a regional reference price towards the spot market. Still, it is not mature, but as we will see, there are some initiatives on this, and the provision of a regional reference price will be crucial for driving the investment to see how much it's the reference cost for generation, for remuneration that you can get in different areas. And of course, going to legal regulatory update that should be translated then in a more complex market environment, in a cost management, in capacity allocation and management that is consistent with the target market model that you have. And especially in the long term, we discussed the importance of renewable, the variability, so also a focus towards advanced products for ancillary services at regional level. So in this case, GCCIA has a very important role, so to coordinate, because there are different parties, and so to help the support and the growth and to facilitate the market development at regional level. So as a result, there are some initiatives that GCCIA is currently ongoing. So there are something to maximize as soon as possible the achievement of immediate benefit, so towards the improvement of bilateral contracting, as mentioned by Mohammed in the first session. Of course, also to start to have a pilot projecting to increase the confidence toward the day-ahead market, topic and regional pricing. And then in the future, you could think also about more complex, but before it's important to get the benefits that you can easily achieve and to create the capacity building, let's say, for the sector. So, in conclusion, very quickly, there are, as we said, huge regional market opportunities, and something it's quite easy to get it in the short time. It's important to have commitment, people that will take this journey. We saw that all the roadmaps, all the examples took time to get. It's not something that you get in one day, but it's important to have this process of growth, political commitment, and I think the signal that we discussed in the first sessions are very important, for example, regarding the pricing of fuel for import-export. It's really a big step in the economies of these countries. And as we said, to take in mind that all changes will take time, and it's not an easy and short process, but the benefits for the people in the Gulf are definitely huge. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Baryoji, for a very interesting presentation. I think there were a lot of good information in this presentation, and maybe raise some questions and concerns from our side. So I will start just by asking a few questions, and after that we will open, inshallah, for the stage to ask for more. So Carlo, let's start with your answer. Maybe you see what Baryoji, he gave a touch point about GCC countries and where we are and what we have to be in the future. But from your international experience with the European market and even international practice, and I know that you have a lot of information that you shared with me before. So, Carlo, from the target that European market and others was expecting or they want to achieve, what was their expectation and how much of that they achieve and what they failed to achieve?
Excellent point, Riyad. Thank you. So, Pierluigi has already pointing a little bit the finger in this direction. And to answer your question, Riyad, the fact is that the expectations have been always very high. But there has been, and we are seeing this also in these days, with the discussion about the so-called European taxonomy. So what are the definition of what are the energy sources which can be considered sustainable, so to give a focus on sustainability. And you see how, behind the scene, the text has been changed at least 3 times over the last 6 months, just for a very simple reason, is because behind it, national policy are hammering like hell in order to pull, again, always the cover over the side of the bed. In other words, you will see, you remember that in the beginning of January, gas and nuclear were absolutely considered as sustainable sources of energy. Then all of a sudden nuclear disappeared. And then after other 3 weeks, it came back in the scene. Why? Because of course behind that there was Germany saying, I have dismissed my nuclear portfolio. Then I don't want that the French go on. Let's take it away from the taxonomy. But that the French read the new text and said, hey, they are just going to wipe away my nuclear fleet. Nuclear must mean. So they closed themselves into a room and they decided to have both again into the paper. But you see, this is the problem that is going to affect you in these negotiations very much in the years to come. And so this is the very first thing you have to bear in mind, because really the pulling the energy or pulling the coupling, again, bearing in mind supposed national interest is going really to play against all the synergies that you can achieve bringing your markets together. I can give you an example, always referring to what Pierluigi just said about the beginning of the market. We try to create synergies because we needed to bring together very different generation portfolio. And Riyad was mentioning before the interconnection with Jordan and Egypt. That is really the first example you can achieve in the region of integrating different national portfolio, let's say a gas-based in Egypt, but above all the renewable-based in Jordan, and what you have here in the region, in order to start really optimizing the three national portfolios in terms of generation. So they say the thing is, it's going to be your own way of doing with this, because every region, we are very well aware, has its own history. But remember, the major thing that makes can make things go otherwise than what you were expecting is really what the national politicians are doing inside. So especially this is a message for inside their countries. So the message is for especially network operators, act as one. Act as one, because you can, with your single efforts, you can overtake a lot of troubles that are coming, that are going to attack your view from every angle. You know it already, but when you are really entering into the thing dealing about money, all of a sudden national governments and national regulation are going to start playing a questionable game. So be careful of this.
So, just as a continuation, Carlo, now with the sale on the prices of electricity, our people are questioning did we do the right decision in going to this competitive open market, or we made a mistake or something that we have to correct?
No, I wouldn't say you went for a mistake at all, in the sense that, again, I'm leveraging brutally on what you've been showing, but actually, say the fact that one of the first slides he has been showing were actually from commercial-based arrangement, bilateral trades, or even organized market platform, you can decuplicate what is going to be the commercial benefit for the region. I would say, is a result for the region as it has been the result for Europe. There are two main things that you have to take into account. It will take time. You will have to understand very clearly how to make the money go around, because in the future it's going to be the market who is going to provide you the financial resources, in theory. Yeah? The state, inshallah, here in the region the state can always give a hand to develop the portfolio. But in Europe, the expectation was really that was the market delivering the financial means to develop all generation portfolio. And this is what is happening partially, or again, not as it was expected, because there were different policies in how to reconvert the market revenues into investment in new portfolios. There were no appropriate market signals which were developed to say, hey, it's time to invest in new capacity. Hey, it's time to increase your trading on the short-term market. So these signals were missing. I would say, for the future, the message you have to pass is really that these kind of things are allowing you to create more welfare for the whole region, looking at the entire area, which is really embraced from Egypt, but I'm very looking forward to that cable linking Egypt to Cyprus, because that would be the story of linking this region to Europe, and that is going to happen from the number of slides I'm seeing on this, hopefully very soon.
If I can add to the very interesting speech of my colleague. It's I think another important concept in markets is to consider that it's always a development process. So there are new needs that you can always plan everything at advance, and there are new issues that you have to deal with. Now we have this rise in the prices that could, as you said, could increase the complaints at social level, and even if it doesn't question if market was a good choice or not, but it could make you think if there are better ways how to evolve the current schemes towards something more efficient. A big topic is also, for example, is about the remuneration of renewable energies, that basically has a zero variable cost, and they are taking the market prices. So this So how to make possible the coexistence in a virtuous economic way between traditional resources and renewable energies, or how you can integrate these renewable resources when are distributed in the distribution network at wholesale level. There are a lot of challenges that, depending on the needs of the network, will arise. And we don't know what can come in 20 years. Maybe the next challenge will be the electrolyzers, how to consider them, incentivize them, or I don't know, whatever. So this is the interesting part of the game.
The boundary condition you are starting from, let's talk about a little bit like engineers. You have in front of you a system of differential equations, and you know you can solve it only if you have the boundary condition fixed at the beginning. Those which were fixed for Europe were completely different from the set of boundary conditions you have to use in order to solve your system of differential equation. Sorry for the economist and the legal guys, but I could not resist, actually, to make the similitude. And therefore, the idea is really just the evolution that this market will take will depend very much of how you fix the weaknesses you are able to identify, and you place them, you blueprint them as really starting point for the entire process. Then the thing will have its own developments. You, as a good managers, you will have to stay close to it and see what are the signals that the market is sending you, but be able to correct and to raise the appropriate messages. Thanks God you have a lot of experiences around you that can help you to formulate this message and maybe come quicker than what we did in Europe to a more solid market structure.
Thank you, Carlo. I think a lot of good points raised here. Berluigi, if I ask you for, I know you mentioned a lot of things that maybe GCC kind of should do in their way and their roadmap toward an open market and so on. But if I said, what is the single most important thing that GCC countries should start with in order to achieve this target?
Yeah, I think the reform of the prices for import-export that I see this morning, it's probably the key milestone in the short term, because in this way you can really realize the value of the electricity and the savings or the additional incomes, anyhow, that your country as a country-wise can achieve. And this is also compatible, and I'm saying that this is in the short term because also this is compatible with the general low level of unbundling that you have in these countries, and so that could really make you the driver to establish bilateral contract, as we saw in the example of Italy. At the end of the day, you have a market trading when there is a need. And if it is clear that the fruit that you can catch thanks to the economic savings at the national level, and so this alignment, I think it's probably the most important driver. And then everything can follow.
I'd like also to spend one last word about that. I start having some white beard and quite some years of experience on me. And in all these years, actually, I've been having a lot of nice talks with former chairman of INSOE board. And while we were in front of a coffee, they told me several of them, I don't know if they were agreeing, but they said there is one word that must be the leading thing in whatever you decide to do, and this is consistency. Consistency between the four levels across which you have to describe a power market: technical, operational, market rules, market systems, and regulatory. If these are illegal, if these four dimensions are working together and you are aware every time what of these four dimensions is lagging behind the others in the development process, then you're always a card to spend to say, well, we have to catch up with this, catch up with that. But the process work on granting the consistency between these four dimensions.
Maybe this guides us to the second question, Carlo, which is with all these four which you mentioned, you expect this will be a good start for the investors to come to the country and for the third party to participate in the electricity market in GCC?
there is one element which is actually missing, which is crucial in that sense. You said it really yourself, Riyad. It's a common set of rules for the third-party access. Because until when every utility stays locked in his country and is not building a single milliwatt of power generation out of its border, the risk is that everyone is staying behind these borders, and this actually synergies between portfolio and seizing opportunities in the whole region for generation company are not achievable. So there are some steps. We're going to go back in the third session about that, but there are really some steps that we have to take seriously into consideration when looking at the development of the levelized playing field that we have to have in the region for granting this kind of trades to happen. That is really adjusting the set of rules with, let's say, in order to grant the third-party access, so that this is a clear, you deliver a clear message to the investors and to the companies in the region that they can move, they can choose the kind of generation they want to build in the other areas, and they can establish their own long-term strategy in terms of portfolio development.
Pierluigi, you talk about the day-ahead market and the importance of this as a start even for GCC countries. Do you think that we are ready to move this step in this stage?
Yeah, I think that it has to be a staged approach, where you take the next stage after that you achieve certain targets. Right now, you have a day-ahead market for bilateral contracts that it can be used in the short term, being the system there, and also the type of contracts similar to what is already existing. But if you want to move towards the provision of a regional reference price, an area price, before it's to work on all the pillars that has been mentioned, and to create also the expertise, the development, the tools to at regional level before going there. And this will take some time and it will take effort, but as we saw, the benefits that can come are really huge. So it's something feasible, it's something that can be done. All the countries have to be committed on it, but in a staged approach, it's something achievable.
I'd like now to open the question for the stage.
Hello. Thank you very much for your presentations. Two things strike me from both speakers. One is this trying to solve the problem using differential equation. But at least in that case, we can build mathematical model, we can solve differential equation, we have kind of predictable variables. But here in this case, it's really complex, especially when it comes to regulation, harmonization of, regulation between all participants is not an easy subject, as you said it. Also, you mentioned about this evolutionary things or gradual development. And I agree that we should start with a small success that will bring the bigger success. So in this case, what do you think from both sides? The small step, the small success that we should start it to then bring the bigger success?
Yes, this first reform regarding the usage of the international price, I think could be the first leverage, and using the existing system that you have. Because in this way, will be a clear signal of the benefits that can be achieved. And it's not necessary to have big volumes, big amounts at an initial stage, because it's totally normal that at the beginning you could fail or there could be mistakes. And it's very, from my point of view, it's very dangerous is that you injure yourself, let's say, with a big mistake that could be totally normal. So you need endorsement. But when you build confidence and you see that the benefits are there, then it's when you realize and you want more. At the end, all of us, all the market structure, all the companies in the world solves because they can sell benefit to the customers. Otherwise, nobody uses. So this is very important, and that's why I was saying the staged approach, because it shouldn't be just top down, but should be also bottom up, in the sense that if you put something too complex or that is just on paper, maybe it's a great model, but if the users and the traders cannot see the benefits, it will never fly. So let's start small. Let's start as a game, as a pilot. Let's also accept the mistakes, because this can happen when you are something new. This has to be recognized. So, and then build on that, on the base of the benefits. This is my perspective.
I just precise the fact that parallel with the system of differential equation was just to give you the example about how when you fix the terms of beginning, then you can have several evolution according to how you fix the beginning of the entire solution. So actually it is very important to start looking at the beginning of solution and then apply. There is also another methodology to solve system of differential equation that is related to what Pierluigi said, going in pieces. So you take parts of the system, you solve that piece by piece. And this is actually what you should do, actually. So not try to tackle all the variables, all the equations at the same moment, because we said each other several times, they are just a zillion, not even a billion, a zillion. And besides this, of course, we have to really start thinking, okay, for those we decide to tackle first, like introducing bilateral trades, trading of curves or load profiles of the customers, at that point you start really having trying to fix the first boundary conditions for trade. So they are really the beginning of this process. Then there will be a moment where you will see that the customers are demanding more transparency in what is the pricing of all this. And then that's a moment where you will start hearing a lot of noise about, can we have a power exchange to see transparently how the prices are evolving? And at that moment, it will be the moment to evaluate exactly what should be the kind of products and structure, the time resolution that you want to apply for the power exchange. It can be very easily that you can start from the intraday market and no one will criticize you in the sense that if you realize that this is the first market to be introduced, why not going for it? It's not a rule that first is day-ahead market. Why? No, just look how your portfolios are evolving. This is, again, a specificity of what is your system. You can also say, but the volatility is not that high. Well, let's start from weekly markets. I'm just making you examples. These are things, options to be investigated. But it depends very much about what is going to be the development of your generation portfolio and how you want to create tools to disclose the prices the closest to reality via these organized markets.
Very good site. Carl, Abu Fahad, تفضل, please.
So thank you all. Very interesting presentation and discussion. Well, my point is it's in the different angle, which is the international experience, and if we try to build on that. I remember, for example, in Europe, several years back when they put a KPIs, which is 2020 by 2020. They reached 2020 and they were meeting that target, but by much higher, let's say, actual figures. Now, if we take, for example, now in European Union, I think there is a KPIs to have an interconnection capacity of 10%. So you have to have a 10%. My point, do you think such target can be applicable here in the GCC region in order to promote the energy trading? If we take, for example, the very ambitious, let's say, target for renewable, you have to have more interconnection. You have to have more of, let's say, hubs in order to accommodate such renewable. And if we take Fassini point, which is regarding the low-hanging fruit, which is something like 100 million per year, actually it's on the other side, it's an opportunity lost for the last couple of years. Don't you think trying to commercialize it in that way, this is like an opportunity lost over the last couple of years. How can we capture it? Is there, let's say, a way to put more of KPIs when it comes to regulation, not on the national level, but on the GCC level? Don't you think the ARC, which is, let's say, the regulation body over the GCC, can play more role in order to have a firm target to create a market?
Yeah, you mentioned a very good point. So the ARC has to play a crucial role in this, because there should be harmonization between what's going on at the regional level to what's going on at national level. There should be some rules. We were talking before about the third parties, for example, the grid access to third party, non-discriminatory. It's an example. It's very important that there is coordination and commitment between, and that the ARC, being the representatives or regulator of each nations, is a very important player to give the message and to align the message between, let's say, market and technical people and the interconnector towards the political commitment of each of the member states. This is very important. Set of common rules, common grounds. Also, we have in Europe the European regulators that also make sure that all the reforms are at the national level, also checks that are compliant with the European target. And of course, so what's important from my point of view to that this should be realized, at anyhow, working together, you can achieve huge benefits, but in certain point you have to accept that some of your national independence should be, let's say, negotiated in the sense for a better perspective. And so think about, set the mindset that this interconnector and the regional interconnection is something that could provide benefits, that could provide the region, and so to commit on this, and be ready to discuss all together at the same table.
Yes, Nasser. So I can only join Pierluigi in this sense that, say, having an overarching level is absolutely necessary. Let me say, the formulation of what should be in the overarching governance of this system must be very carefully assessed, because these kind of parameters, these kind of targets that have been fixed by the European Union very often were coming out from, I don't know, guts-driven discussion at the Commission bar. And so they were actually very often not based on a significant analysis of what was really the status of the system when these parameters were chosen. So it could be done, absolutely, but the invitation that has to be given to regulators and above all to the politician is really just look a bit at the numbers before moving and try to make an assessment of what are the synergies you can really achieve out of the region. Because very often in Europe we have to run after politicians who are just influenced by, again, this is another particular things of Brussels, it's where they are really bombed by hundreds of lobbying groups trying to push the direction in their favor. So very often someone has been making the voice louder at the right moment, and this is a message that has been going through. So we, as technicians, we have to rush after these conclusions, say, well, wait a second, you can't say that bluntly like that, because maybe it's a 7% of interconnection on one region is granting the 40% of interconnection more on another side in terms of capacity available for trading. Therefore, the delicacy of what we are handling as network operators is crucial. It requires a lot of, there should be really a communication office with as many persons as we are here today, just to pass the message regularly and appropriately at all the stakeholders that have to be reached. So we were going to go back anyway later to the structure you can give to this legal architecture, because it's really, there is a business case I will talk to you about, which goes very much in giving good ideas how to structure it.
Thank you, Carlo. Abu Naif, تفضل.
Yes, thank you very much. Very interesting discussion. Just want to shed light about the kind of difficulties that we have been having, in the GCCIA since the start. I said that we started this in 2010, but still it's very difficult now to, if I can make an analogy, suppose that you're inviting 6 people to come to Expo, to go to a certain place, and these 6 people will arrive at different times, will come at different gates, and they want to go to different places in Expo. And you have to organize that. This is really our situation in the GCCIA. We have 6 countries. Each one of them has different objectives, different structures in terms of their electricity sector, different national policies, and different objectives on how they will develop their sector, which is suitable to their own national objectives. Now, our difficulty is that, even the countries who are developing their markets, they're developing the markets for different objectives. Some of them for efficiencies, some of them for more security. So it's different objectives. And that's our difficulty here in GCCIA, how to get all the 6 countries to go in one direction and have this kind of a market that is suitable for the whole GCC, while they are in different levels of development. They are, in terms of time, in terms of, models, how to put it together and how to, bring everybody to go in the right direction, or in one direction at least, so that we can have a market. And that we have to consider. This is the reality. We cannot, alter the realities of each country, because it's suitable for their own development. And this is how we want to achieve. Now, harmonization of the plan is very difficult because of that. And we realize that. But we try to build, as you say, on maybe small successes, or whatever we have that we can build on and make the opportunities. Now, I know that in Europe you had a different situation. Maybe the strength of the European Union in this case is much more than, setting goals for all the countries to achieve. We don't have this in the GCC. We have more of a guideline, more of a, assisting each other, So how do we achieve that with this kind of reality, which is different from the European Union? It's a very difficult question, I know.
Yeah.
Because for 12 years we've been trying to...
Thanks, Ahmed, for acknowledging it. my first answer is... maybe I'm exaggerating, leveraging on the consistency of the 4 dimensions I mentioned before. But one possible way to go is really say, okay, you have different approaches, different expectations about your energy sector. Let's put them on the table all together, and they can be really one black, one blue, one white, one yellow, and so really have the most different mosaic possible. And then the idea that I would expect could be the first step, say, look, you take one by one and say, if we evolve them in the market, tackling these first 2-3 pieces, which are addressing maybe 3 of the 4 dimensions I told you before, then you can highlight per each country how the situation is going to improve for their national perspective, and at the same time for the other countries in the region. It's you said 12 years, sorry, and it's still ongoing, and it takes ages. So it's really the fact of making this message pass through, as I told you before, requires really, I was not joking when I said you need a communication office of experts, which is as big as this room, because really you have to stay constantly close to the guys and not tell something new, repeat the stories, because in reality there are few messages that you have just to pass once you've been realizing what are the benefits you want to communicate, of course. This is actually the approach I would take. Don't take it too simplistic, but it's really in this, the more you communicate and insist on one message for each party, the most you should try to melt down the local resistance in order to facilitate the convergence of the different market process. But it's really talking and bringing very clear, short message, not like I'm doing, to everyone, very punctually.
Yeah, I can just confirm what has been just said. It's very important, communication, transparency. I think that here it's in GCC, it's very important the push from bottom to up. So, and this is related to the opportunities. I'm thinking, for example, on the third party opening. Let's say that we know that sometimes vertical utility cannot be so open in change their business as usual, because for them the priority is the security of supply, is not to have blackout. And also implementing a market could be scary for something, because it's not something that has been done. But opening to third party, to private companies that actually their interest is to make business, is to make profit. So, and when utilities will see that other people are making good deals, or politicians will make good deals with with these access, with the regional transaction, this I think it could be a strong push for saying why also my electrical utility shouldn't move there, and so get more push from top also, and more endorsement towards the implementation and harmonization of the electricity market, and so trying also to start a new paths for implementing this. However, your concern, I would say that in 10 years, you achieved something significant anyhow, because if you see also the experiences in Europe or whatever, we are talking about 15 years, 20 years. We started the first energy package is from 1996. So it's not negligible what has been achieved here. And apart from Europe and US, it's almost an unicum in all countries that are not market oriented. So it's very important. And I totally agree with you, and it's true. The mindset, we cannot expect a strong, from the beginning at least, a strong push from top down as it was in Europe, no? Because Europe, individual countries accepted also to leave their freedom for monetary policy. That is, it's a huge thing, no? About of lack of their independence. So here this is not achievable, but I'm sure that when you see that there are opportunities there, that somebody is getting it, also the top-down commitment will be much more in favor to replicate good experiences.
No, I want just to align, Riyad, that there is a question from the end of the room.
So I think, and I like what Parodi was mentioning, Abu Naif. We know that you have achieved a lot. You know that it is a difficult journey to achieve what you are, especially that your target is much higher maybe than what we seeing on the ground. But we think, and from the years that move, the achievement of GCC IA and GCC interconnection is not simple. It is very good achievement, and we notice it. And maybe every state notice the importance of this interconnection in support of the states, and making us feel that we are secure. Anytime we need, there is always somebody to depend on in this, and we expect more, inshallah.
Thank you very much for the presentation and for the fruitful discussion. You mentioned in your presentation that one of the proposals or studies conducted for the GCCIA is to increase the revenues for the GCCIA. I wonder if you consider to have more than trading for the carbon trading policy, which are related to this type of green energy certificate, which is adjacent market, which will be related to the electrical market, but it will be working alone, because all of these GCC countries they have their international agenda to actually be consistent with the international commitment through Paris Agreement, through their ambitious target in renewable energy and green energy. So as you mentioned also in your presentation that the market is driven by the need. I think there is a need here, which is to achieve actually a high level of satisfactory, or even to achieve this target. And this need it could create an opportunity to have an adjacent market which will be consistent with the power trading in the region. Do you consider that in your study, or?
Yeah. Yes, thank you for your question. So the first point, let me just clarify that benefits that we saw there are not revenues for the GCCIA, are benefits for the countries. It's in terms of reduction of generation costs. Because this is important, that at the end the market and benefits are for the member states. And the interconnector is a platform, let's say it's a tool, together with other instruments, to achieve this. Regarding the carbon emission, it's a very interesting question, I have to say, and definitely it's a need. Of course, here the problem is that you can price fuel, but you cannot price, a company cannot price a carbon emission. And so the emission trading system that has been introduced in Europe wanted to fill this gap. There are also other systems like direct carbon tax, each one with pros and cons. Let's say that, however, at the end of the day, these targets are political targets, because when you measure the externalities of carbon emission, there is a lot of discussion around how much this value could be, and it's related to the target that you have. I think what's very important, if you have a regional market here, is to have fair and consistent approaches for all the member states in order to avoid unfair competitive advantages. So in Europe has been put for the electricity market the same price for all, okay, it's market-based, but for fair conditions for all the countries. Because it shouldn't be acceptable that one country is more competitive than another just because one is pursuing a carbon emission reduction target and another one not. So I think this is one of the points where harmonization, regulation, coordination between GCCIA, from the board to the ARC to the ministry committees, it's very important to achieve this decarbonization target and have a common pricing approach.
Thank you, Brigitte and Carlo, for a very interesting session. I think
thanks to you, Riyad.
We covered a lot in this session, and as a conclusion, I think in our roadmap toward the open market and competitive market, there are a lot of opportunities, and also, as Carlo may be mentioning, there are a lot of ways to achieve our goals and targets, and hopefully, inshallah, step by step, we will achieve our goal with the help, of course, of the international experience from our colleagues also. Need anything more?
No. I would like to thank you very much for moderating the session, and thanks to you all for the questions you made. It was really great to have that so interactive. Thank you.
Yeah, also from my side, just thank you everybody. It's always a pleasure. Now, I've been living here for 6 years in this region, and I have to say that it's always something interesting development and changing environment. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, gentlemen. Now I would like to ask Engineer Al-Ibrahim to come to stage and present trophies to participants. we would like to have a group picture as well.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will resume our forum in 15 minutes. Thank you all for being with us in this forum. Please be seated. Our session for today would be about managing transmission capacity on the GCC IA, and it would be moderated by Mr. Abdullah Al-Abbasi from Dirasat, in the presence and participation of Mr. Carlo Digil Ipsusti from EGI, Mr. Ibrahim Al-Buraidi from SEC, and Mr. Milos Meldonovic from CPEX. Now I would like to ask Mr. Milos Meldonovic from CPEX to address the gathering by his key speech.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm really glad to be here. I would like to thank to my GCI friends for this invitation. First of all, I would like to emphasize that last time I visited this region 1.5 years ago together with my colleagues from CESI. We organized some workshop, we had some EMC meeting and so on, and I'm really glad to say that even maybe in the figures you cannot see it in the last 1 year that the trading was maybe improved a lot, but I see the huge changes in the mindset. So this is very important, and the feedback from tomorrow first 2 sessions for me is really encouraging, you know, and I'm really glad to hear this optimism and also to see that this common understanding about the value of the market is really increasing. And also I would like also to thanks to my colleagues from the first 2 sessions, because they provide me with a really good intro for this session, for this presentation, and I hope also that for all of you that we will have really good discussion about this topic. Before I start concretely with this all of these slides, I would like just to mention also that I'm coming from the Southeast European region, so we have started also this very difficult political environment after the wars and so on. And one of your colleagues, they mentioned this really good example about the 6 people going to the different, entry and so on, and to different places. And but that was also in our case, so that was even political situation in the region was even more difficult than here after the war I mentioned. But it is very important to find some minimum of the common interest, minimum of common understanding, because, you know, I think that these 6 people will gathering, this evening on the Coldplay concert. So this is, also for this case, I think there is a lot of room for the common understanding. And I would like just to mention, it is not mentioned, before, but the 3 pillars of this overall deregulation process in not just in Europe, but in all over the world, was the security of supply, was this market opening, market deregulation, and good framework, incentive framework for the green transition, in fact. So now we are witnessing that in your case, of course, with the GCC common infrastructure, you already, first goal is there. So now you improve a lot, security of supply, you are sharing reserve and so on. Now you have to go forward. So you have to go towards the market integration, and of course to build good ground for the new renewable investment. Concerning the current practice, I will not go into details. You all know this very well. I would like just to mention that we are witnessing that the world is changing. So this power market world, electricity market world is changing, and our proposal is a first step, what you mentioned even before, that we have to go step by step, and this my presentation should be the first, milestone in this road. And I would like also to mention that this current approach, capacity management, congestion management and capacity allocation approach, was properly set at the beginning, so with already available product, but now I think that this is a really good, and with the discussion, and even with today's discussion, it proves that this is really good momentum to be maybe more ambitious and to set the proper congestion management approach, which in all cases should be the first step, first milestone. That was also in our cases in the Europe also, that the proper congestion management and the capacity allocation approach is a first prerequisite to establish the proper regional electricity market. Just very shortly about the main findings and challenges about the current approach. We all know that this is currently set on this so-called sourcing basis with the segment-wise NTC applied, but there is a certain limit. So we have recognized this limit. First of all, which is also mentioned in the second session, that currently the PETA members are limited to trade for local needs only. So there is no possibility to establish regional portfolio, which should be the case. And also they cannot have this so-called open position out of the market area, of the local market area. So without, this requirement, first of all, you cannot ensure the full benefits for the PETA members, but on the other hand, it is not possible to attract third party to come to the region. So this, as we already mentioned, this is one of the main goals, to attract new investment in the generation sector, in the renewables, maybe also to ensure new third party to come to trade on financial trading. So why not? So there is also the huge portion of the current social welfare is set to this so-called financial trading. But to enable this, we need to change the CACM approach. Also, concerning the current this IT system, we mentioned that in this first stage, for the first 10 years, he fulfilled, this current need. But now we have to move forward, because current IT system is robust and inflexible, so they cannot provide this so-called scalability, which is of utmost importance, of course, especially having in mind this envisaged market integration of Oman and future extension to PAIM, to Iraq. And also, which is from my point of view the most important highlight, that current system based on sourcing, based on this so-called some hybrid, hybrid flow-based solution, this system cannot provide you with the price signal. So we said in the previous session that this regional reference price, from my point of view, together with, of course, this third-party access and, of course, this proper, setting of the region or of the national pricing for the wholesale market, is one of the most important things in order, first of all, to provide the clear signal for the new investors in the generation capacity, but also it is very important for the GCC country, for GCCA, to avoid what is already mentioned, this overinvestment in the infrastructure, in the transmission network, and to focus on the, new investment in the transmission, in the congested direction or area. So this is maybe one of the most important, features to establish the reliable and liquid regional electricity market. And of course, with the current approach, it is also very challenging to implement the regional day-ahead market. That this segment-wise sourcing approach should be modified to cross-zonal approach. As we already mentioned, so I will not go into detail. So one of the main drivers, of course, is this extension to new market areas. So that means market integration of Oman and expected extension to Iraq and the Pan-Arabic electricity market. And within the current system, this extension will require, full reconfiguration of the master details, which is defined in the database. And without going into details, it is a very clear conclusion that for the new approach, for the new mindset, we also need the new IT system. And also, in addition to this, new CACM approach and new IT system, also some other business processes should be also updated, especially business processes related to the wheeling charges and compensation, because also in our case in the Europe, when we started to establish, first of all, the regional markets all over the Europe, and after that, now finally we have this integrated market, the main challenges on one side was this proper CACM, congestion management, and on the other side was also very important topic, and also Carlo and me, we worked together on this more than 10 years ago. It was related to the proper, how you say, pricing of the transit. So that means so-called in the past it was so-called transit fee. Now it was changed in this so-called inter-TSO compensation mechanism. But this is also very important to establish very transparent regime of the transit in order to enable third parties to come. So this is two main topics which should be considered at the beginning, and as we discussed before, and as we, I hope, how you say, agree on the first two sessions, that now it is right moment also to start with some, how you say, practical implementation, and this proposed approach is a first step on this regard. It was mentioned by Pierluigi about some experience in some other markets. So very shortly, I will not go into details. In fact, there is, you all know this very well, that there is a two main approaches. How I say, one is a zonal or cross-zonal model, and another one is a nodal model, which is mostly related to the US countries. And in GCCA currently we have a model which is, of course, the close to the zonal one, and having this in mind and all these features which is currently represented, of course, we also propose to keep this model, so not to go towards nodal model, which is very complex and not necessary to be implemented here, but to little bit modified current approach and go towards the real cross-zonal model. And what is the most important, that this proposal, first of all, is fully PETA compatible, so you will avoid this maybe additional political discussion and some heavy issues about the governance and so on. This is also very important that this proposal is fully in line with the current market design, what we saw this morning. So it will be some kind of evolution, natural evolution from the current segment-wise to more advanced cross-zonal approach. There is no significant impact on the system operation processes. I know this very well because I have started in system operation and moved to the market, and the system operation guy are not so, how you say, keen to move, how you say, to some more complex ideas which could, change the business processes. So now the NTC calculation will remain the same. So we will just little bit rearrange how to deal with the ATC, which is calculated, of course, by the system operation. And also this proposed model, as it is already emphasized, fully supports planned interconnection market integration of Oman expansion to Iraq and the PAM, and also fully supports this planned implementation of the regional day-ahead market, maybe future implementation of the intraday market, and so on. As it is mentioned by Pierluigi, there is a plan to start with the second phase of the pilot day-ahead market, and according to some current results, of course, we do not have so many historical market data because we saw that market is still not liquid enough. But according to the current view, in fact, we could start with the two main zone. This is the North Zone and South Zone, and also consider Omani Zone as one additional zone because there is some expectation that congestion could appear between Oman and the UAE. So this is some how you say, initial high-level idea which could be implemented during the second phase of the day-ahead market pilot project. But of course, I would like to emphasize that the bidding zones number and size should be defined, as you mentioned, according to the historical market data and, how you say, system operation, additional analysis and conditions, which is in fact in the real time. So this is very, how you say, flexible approach, what we already mentioned. So, and you can change it during the time and according to the, how you say, market situation. As you mentioned, when new renewables will come, of course, the flows will change, and you will be in situation to very easily, this is very flexible model, so GCCA will be in situation very easily to reconfigure the market zone. So for example, in Europe, just to mention that for many years that we had one single Germany-Austria bidding zone, but after the time when the new renewables come in the Germany, there is a lot of loop flow over the Poland, Czech Republic, and so on. Currently, this two zone was splitted. This one zone was splitted in two zones, and also ENTSO-E has obligation to, how you say, regularly to assess current approach and to propose to ACER the new bidding zone and so on. I would like to mention what is already also in line with the previous discussion, that the role of the regulators is also very important, and you properly recognize, in fact, that also this regional regulatory authority should be, how I say, oftenly discussed and should be regularly informed about all this new development and so on. And of course, some additional capacity building is needed, but the consensus of all stakeholders is needed. And what I already mentioned, the main benefits will be visible very soon, both from the point of view of the scalability, inclusion of new market zone, but also from the point of view of the increasing of the trading volume, and of course increase of the overall social welfare. So what is just the main features of this new approach? Of course, this, as I mentioned, this sourcing segment approach, segment approach should be updated to cross-zonal approach. So what we mentioned already, it is compatible with the planned regional day-ahead market implementation, and also to once again to highlight, without this cross-zonal approach, we cannot implement this regional reference market price, reliable regional reference market day-ahead price, which is of course based on the spot day-ahead market. Also, some products could be simplified, so it is not necessary to have two different IC and IRO products, so you can configure it as just yearly, monthly, and daily products. So, and of course, all the member states, they can use it according to the needs. Concerning the clearing price mechanism, so it will be like now, so minimum bid price or zero price in case of no congestion, and of course market clearing price in case of congestion, which is the case now, so there is no any changes. Also, this so-called VTN scheduling process could be simplified and replaced with a standardized day-ahead process, which will provide possibility also to additionally increase available transmission capacity for the short-term level. And of course, secondary market should be implemented, that this non-used already allocated long-term capacity should be offered on daily auctions and traded even between the PETA members. Once again, to emphasize that for the system operation guys, nothing will be changed in the business processes, procedures, so this is very important that system operation will compute NTC values as it is now, but just this sourcing ATC, so this member state to member state wise maximum import-export NTC will be replaced with the cross-zonal ATC. So that means that so-called segment-wise available transmission capacity will be transferred to the cross-zonal available transmission capacity. And as you can see, also the bidding procedure will be, how you say, much more simplified. And because just to remind you that currently, when you bid for the capacity, you have to bid between your country and the specific country. So this is strong limit for the real regional electricity market. And now you will bid just between two bidding zones. Of course, the final goal will be to have one single zone, like it is in Europe, so of course, and to invest in the congestion transmission capacity. But, how you say, as a starting point, I think that we can start with these two, how you say, proposed bidding zone and see how this evolution will go out. Of course, this matching process will be quite similar. So as you can see, as a final conclusion, so what is the most important topic, that from the governance point of view, there is no major impact, that general agreement, PETA agreement, even market rules, transmission, so-called grid code, power exchange rules will remain almost the same. So there is, how is it needed, some slight modification and upgrade, but of course on the business level, which is mostly the task for our GCCI friends, so they will need to implement the new capacity allocation system, new scheduling system, and of course some day-ahead market auction system in the time when KPI shows that it is the proper timing. As a conclusion, so, and also for discussion, I hope that we will have a very fruitful discussion on this session. So I think that it is obvious, in order to support these ambitious plans, and I think this is a proper timing for these ambitious plans for GCA to extend to the neighboring region, that current CSEM approach should be updated. do not afraid on this, but just, how is it, to move forward. Regulatory framework should be amended, the new IT system should be implemented, and of course, which is also very important, that all these changes will provide the good ground for the future market development, but also I think that it will also support this, how I say, changing of the mindset, and to provide all of you, which I said I'm really it is really amazing how it is, this mindset is going well. It will provide you good ground maybe for a decent discussion with the main political stakeholders, and convince them that it is also necessary that all, how I say, additional things should be done on the national level in order to follow this development of the regional level. And just from my experience to tell, and once again to emphasize this, a very important synergy between top-down and bottom-up approach, because also in the Europe, even with this very strong EU bureaucracy and so on, some strong political guidance, from my point of view, the biggest success, and that was the, how I say, faster success, most feasible success, was done before putting into enforcement this currently mandatory or binding CACM guidelines. It was done on the voluntary basis by the main stakeholders, TSOs, power exchanges. So, and it is not necessary to wait for the politicians. It is very important to make this initiative bottom up, and of course to prepare the good ground also for the, how you say, top down, just acknowledgement. So this could be the message, to be proactive and to be ambitious, of course. And I think that this is really good timing, and also to emphasize this really good question about the emission trading scheme, which is, from my point of view, is also very important to be settled on the regional level, in order to not maybe to make some mistakes which was done also in the Europe. And sometimes, you know, it is good to start, you know, after some time, to recognize somebody's mistake, and do not, of course, make it in your case. So thank you, and this is just the final slide related to the next steps. So of course this is also for discussion. There is some preliminary schedule discussed with our GCCA colleagues, that, how I say, with starting in the second quarter on 2022, that full task could be completed in the third quarter or maybe fourth quarter on 2024. But of course, this topic should be discussed with the main stakeholders, of course, and with the regulators and the member states. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. It's very informative presentation. And it's actually opened a lot of technical questions and economic questions. So it's always nice when engineers gather here to discuss about technical, and then we see the benefit in the economic side. But I think it's opportunity now to change the normal situation to acknowledge the economic benefits also for any model, especially the model you are suggested. But in the beginning of your talk, I was actually, as a citizen of one of the GCC countries, I feel that always the change is very difficult. The management of change is very difficult. It's everywhere, but especially in our region. And it's very difficult to change the mindset, to change the behavior of the public. But I think one of the things that we are actually capable in the region is to change the equipment and the infrastructure, because we are just lucky here in the region that we have the financial capability to do a lot of what we would like to do. And I hope that in the future we can achieve some of our targets. Most important things here in the GCC priority is the security and the electrical security, which also reflects in two things. It's reliability and the resilience of the system. Academic likes to define the resilience of the system is the capability of the system to respond to any failure or change, sometimes transient change. Or so we actually here, you cannot imagine. For example, I would like just to have a quick example. In summer, people, when we have a shortage or a failure in the electricity grid people will complain in the radio, in the TV, they will talk their MPs. It's a very dynamic topic, especially, and I think the whole region, we get used to a specific life standard, and it's acknowledged also by the UN agencies that GCC overall, they have a very high life standards, and definitely electricity is one of the main pillars. You mentioned, I will ask you the first question, which will be economic questions, and then we will link it to the technical side. You mentioned the change of the current model from sink to source, or from source to sink, to the zonal model. And you mentioned also about the nodal model. And one of the disadvantage you mentioned in your slide that it's costly and required a lot of investment. If we would like to, but one of the advantage of this nodal model which is used in United States, it's their capability to be attached more to the physical constraint with the system. I think from GCC perspective that we need to secure the system very well. And my economic question is, did you do any feasibility study to compare between two models? And if you do the feasibility study, for example, we can invest now 10 millions, and while the other model, the advanced model, is 10 millions. But within 20 years, it will be more beneficial to our system. And as I said, I know any change in the region is difficult, especially the change of the mindset. But do you consider the feasibility study through the two models?
Thank you for this question. So in fact, just to be precise, I said that introduction of the nodal model will be much more complex. It is not related to the price, because we didn't, analyze it from the point of view of the pricing. But in fact, it will be much more complex in order to, because you have to change a lot of this already applied governance, already applied the market rules and so on, because your current framework is more or less similar to the cross-zonal model. Of course, and also additional topic is related in Europe. Currently, we are applying some hybrid model, so-called flow-based model, which is something between the cross-zonal and the nodal model. But in your case, you do not have so meshed network. So this is more, this, you have bone, this GCC network is structured as a bone, and for this kind of network, this nodal implementation now of the model will be, first of all, time consuming, so because you have to change the main paradigms and everything, and on the other hand, of course, I think that it is not necessary, but some financial analysis was not the scope, so it was not mentioned.
So now is my technical question. Okay. Now it's the nodal model. It's more advanced in the technical side. You agree with me about the technical constraint, which is we can capture the more dynamic behavior of the grid. So, can we actually in the zonal model, can we upgrade it to some extent to be capturing this advantage or not?
Yeah, I told you that also this problem in Europe was, solved by introduction of this so-called flow-based NTC calculation. So that it was not anymore NTC-based, but it's so-called flow-based, considering all of these limitation in the branches, so-called PTDF matrix and so on. But as I told you, so this is more related to and I fully agree with you that nodal model from the technical point of view is much better recognize is much more closer to the real time. It has much better also the price, yes. Some situation in the real time. But in this stage of development, which is currently of GCA, I think that we have to be practical and to get some, first impulse, and to start with this model, and maybe in some moment when you establish some meshed grid or maybe so many renewables, and that this model will provide some signals that something is wrong, it should be changed, you can move to the nodal model.
Yeah, thank you. Engineer Ibrahim, It's very crucial for us in the GCC to talk about Saudi because it's the largest grid, and we think with the vision of 2030, which is the ambitions of the King Salman and Crown Prince, to change, I mean, dramatically the source of energy in Saudi. It's amazing, the target, the vision, and it's a big change. It's much more than our suggested model, and it's actually a catalyst for the whole region to actually take to Saudi to be a role model. It's a country with a lot of capabilities, resource capability, people capability, very strong leadership to change a lot of things within a few years, which is amazing. In your view, under these circumstances, do you think that GCCIA suggested model, the zonal model to change the way of pricing, it will be consistent with the national planning you have in Saudi? And do you think that the electrical utilities will be eager to participate more in the power trading in the near future?
Actually, my answer is yes for both question. For first question, yes, it's clear. For first question, yes, the current mechanism is not valid for the future, for the, after the initiation of the market, regional market electricity. So we need to transfer to the zonal model, which is explained by Matthias. But regarding to the our utility, yes, we are ready to participate on this market, and we have our plan to participate. As you know, we have a huge target for renewable, so we need to participate in this market. This market will help us to increase the reliability of our network.
Thank you very much. I think Saudi has the largest electrical grid with the region. It will contribute to all the region, and I think, yes, what you mentioned, it's crucial in developing the market. Carlo, I have a very good question. We discussed before we actually came here. We discussed about a lot of things, cultural and political things. The most important things that you mentioned to me that you are speaking 5 languages because you are from Europe, and Europe, it's every country each country has different agenda, different faith, language. You are so different, and you succeed to achieve something huge with the European Union. I think it's, and you have the war.
I thought with my 5 languages.
You have War I, War II. You did a lot of mistakes, but you learn from your mistakes, and you build a good union, which is a role model. Also, we have to seek to follow and definitely learn from your experience. Based on that, and I think you are close to the region also, do you think that this region and this region are ready to manage the change in electrical grids, and more than that, to be more consistent with the global and international commitment? And definitely one of the enablers is through the power trading. Do you think the mindset will be ready now, or we have to wait? What do you think?
Well, your readiness is out of question. It is there, and no one can criticize it, because as far as I see, how you discuss, how you bring arguments together, how you are joining the forces in many initiatives, say there are all the ingredients that are really placed on the table right now to start doing something more advanced. As I told you before, something more advanced depends very much on analyzing properly what you need to do. So it's not just following pre-packed model, and be very curious about what is all around. I don't remember if it was on a side talk I had with Ahmed some times ago, but I said, Have you ever been looking, and I say that against my interest as European, to the Australian system? It's a long backbone, nodal based in terms of price, and they've been making a gigantic mistake now in terms of incentives placed on renewables. Just they made the price crash. So this is also a very nice business case for your country, because especially in terms of system topology, they look like very much GCC region. Maybe in an even more extended system, because the line is more than 9,000 kilometers, is gigantic. So it's you know, it's really the time to join your forces and be as curious as you can be, and I know you are very much, in order really to grasp the proper elements for fixing the famous set of initial conditions properly for the beginning of your process.
Yeah, thank you. Your question, your answer is perfect as usual, and I think we are running out of time, but we have 5 minutes to open the floor for the audience to participate. If there is anyone would like to ask any question. So if there is no question, we can ask more question, or we can ask them. No. We can ask them question.
I make you an assist. In this panel, you have a former CEO of a Southeastern European Power Exchange, so take the chance to place him some questions.
Yes, you mentioned in your presentation the over investment is one of the things that we have to learn from the other experience in the region and in other region. In your view, what is the secret recipe to actually match the supply and demand in more sufficient and efficient way, and how we can do that with reasonable price? I mean, the way that we have available gas and oil, it's something good that we have very cheap electricity tariff, but at the long run, we need actually to create a market. This market, which has to be a competitive market, the wholesale market, it has to be. I think, in my view, that we have to liberalize the electricity market in the GCC, and it has to be through stages. Based on your experience, what is the essential stages to liberalize the market? If you agree with me, it's the right approach, rather than to have the single model buyer. What is the existing now?
Yeah, first of all, just to mention that you said that your region is different to others, but in fact that everything is the same, more or less. So also in our region, that there is a national interest, and they are gathered to some kind of to find some minimum common interest and to start to proceed. The market, now I have a little bit more time, I will tell you about the, European experience. Even this is maybe most advanced market and so on, but that was a lot of mistakes. So in the past, just concerning the prices, I'm still managing director of the Southeast European Power Exchange, but we had often the situation that on the wholesale market in the previous, before this, of course, hype on the prices, that was negative prices, for example, in Germany. So from the economic point of view, nobody can understand what is happening, but that means that something is wrong with the market design, that something is wrong with the incentive scheme, because they put a lot of feed-in tariff and they just transfer the prices from the wholesale directly to the retail customers, and you have situation negative or zero prices on the wholesale level and highest prices for the retail for the final customer. So that means something is wrong. So and what is also very important, just on line what Carlos said. In fact, this is this so-called customization. So you have to use, of course, the foreign experience, but customize it to your needs, to the proper regional needs. And when you say we have to liberalize market, so nobody will force you, so this is up to you. You need, because of your needs, to liberalize the market and to introduce the regional electricity market, because you have to optimize the portfolio, your national portfolio, to optimize. This is economy of scale and everything else. So this is quite clear. And how I mentioned that before this crisis, before the COVID crisis, prices, for example, in our region was approximately 50 euro for 3 to 4 years. During the COVID crisis, it was around 40. Last year, it was 115. In January, it is 250. Now it is also 250. So one of the huge value of the power exchange, and I hope that also very, how is in the following period, also that my GCI friends will establish these day-ahead market spot prices. This is the perfect mirror. So without the perfect, they cannot, how you say, give you the better look than you are, or that this is just like this. So you provide you with the perfect picture on the wholesale market, and this is also a message, not just to provide reference price, some price signal for the new investment, but this is also a message to the politician, to community, that something is wrong. You know, when you have negative prices, something is wrong. Yes. When you have now 250 euro per megawatt, also something is wrong.
Yes.
So this is also one of the very important. So this just how you say value which is out of this our how you say pure economic area, but this is the strong how you say social value of this clear, reliable reference price.
The other key word that I'm using in this particular context, when you have to grant that the market is working, before I talked about consistency, now I'm talking about transparency. That is what Milos is mentioning, actually. So really, the more the rules are made so to make the price transparent, which is of course a combination of rules and liquidity, the two things together are really contributing to give you a clear signal: is our generation portfolio suitable for the needs of our users or not, in terms of just prices?
Yeah. Just what you ask about is how to match the demand and the generation. In fact, what is the main reason? So now there is a lot of discussion why the prices jump from, I don't know, 50 to 250, because this is everything, this is very clear. You know, this mechanism, you are matching demand and supply, and currently, from my point of view, that European Union, they rush too much to close. Germany closed the nuclear, okay, closed the coal. Now they put these huge CO2 taxes. This is currently is almost 100 euro per ton. So just for your information, 1 ton is approximately 1 megawatt hours of produced energy from lignite and so on. By the way, this is also maybe 0.4 ton is producing from gas, so which is currently sustainable energy and so on. And currently, when they shut the coal, currently you have situation that your marginal price in Europe is set by the price from the gas power plant. So this is very, very simple explanation. But on the other hand, there is still some strange situation that currently the lower prices on the wholesale market are in Poland, with 80% of the coal generation facilities. So that means that it still is something is wrong. So this should be fine-tuned. And also this is the message that, you know, this market is very, how you say, living thing. So you cannot set something and to put it in the stone, and this is like this. So now I think after the 10 years of the, you know, your network and so on, it is the right timing to move forward. You have to, how you say, jump into the water, to swim, to make this evolution happen. And of course, this will provide some new opportunities. And as you mentioned, of course, for the, how you say, really good investment framework for the renewables, you need some reference price. Because it will not be subsidies for the wind. There is no need to put some government subsidy for wind or for the sun. So you need some price signal, and you need some clear message to new investors. What will be the price that they will sell this energy?
Yes, thank you. Engineer Ahmed?
Yes, thank you very much. Just a quick question, not an easy one. And I want to put you on the spot as the former CEO of the South European Energy Exchange. Now, I want to address two things, you know, the regulatory issues that we have here, and kind of regulation changes that we have to do. And the other thing is that the large penetration of renewables that's happening in the GCC. Now, if you come today and you take over and you want to push the market in the GCC, can you give me like 2 or 3 steps that you would do in this regard? How to address the current regulatory issues, and how to maybe take the opportunity of these renewables coming in so that you can influence the market in the positive way?
Okay, I'm still the CEO of the Southeast European Power Exchange. So
this is Carlos.
My fault.
This is his fault. In fact, I'm a former chairman of the Southeast European Market Group under the NSOE. So
Okay.
and also I was also the NSOE board member from that time.
It's
For my
Carlos' mistake,
TSO,
not mine.
when I was the TSO guy. How I say this process, I told you, it's not so easy. So in our case, Serbia is not a part of the European Union. And when I have designed this full model for the power exchange and so on. So in this process, we have changed the energy law and we have changed the VAT law. So maybe, I know in this region VAT is not so important, but in Europe, to change the VAT law, this is mission impossible. So the most important thing is to prepare the good plan, to explain to politicians, to say what is the benefits and so on, to prepare feasible plans. So this is also very important, but not to be afraid about the changing the regulations. So the things are, this is the living things. You have to adopt because now we are facing, world is changing really. Concerning the renewables, currently in Europe, this is one of the main topics is related to this so-called implementation of regional balancing mechanisms. So because there is no single country able to balance such a huge amount of renewables. And having this in mind, in Europe now they set pan-European goals for the renewables. There is no any more national goals. So there is a pan-European goals and there is a several, common balancing mechanism to be implemented for the sharing reserve, also for the sharing so-called for secondary regulation, tertiary regulation, and so on. And also, the new paradigms are coming. So now you have also new contract for supply. You know that regular contract for supply is so-called full supply contract, that you are paying energy what you sell about some prices. Currently, there is so-called dynamic signals, which can provide you also to, to manage your demand. So this so-called demand-side response become also new feature. There is also some so-called flexibility market. So beside this traditional bilateral day-ahead intraday, we are going also deeply to distribution network, also close to the real time. So everything is changing. So I think that also we all have to be ready. As I mentioned, sometimes it is good to do not rush. Now you are in the situation to see what is happening and to apply in your region to customize all this available, solution according to your needs. Because solution is there. So there is no, because I'm always looking to Germany, so if they decide to close the nuclear and to close to shut down the coal, that means that they have some idea that it is feasible, to deal with this. And now Germany pushed for this, pan-European balancing mechanism to share the resources and so on. So do not afraid about the changes, but just it should be properly set. And of course, to customize to your need, but you have to push to Mohammed to prepare the proper, step-by-step approach.
If I can integrate what you just said, Milos, about the requirements, you have been already going through some discussions with Jordan and Egypt about how to start setting the scene for that. And the international law allows you to really to establish a lot of tools, even for governing apparently issues that are millions of light years away from our business, like VAT. But international law allows you to introduce a lot of legal tools like soft laws that are treaties, agreements, and things which have not to go through the parliament or to whatever decisional power in order to be amended or written off. And the idea is really that you can leverage on all these things to create yourself a proper scene without necessarily need to go escalating up to the highest level. This is another very important advantage, and the advantage is that you can modulate that according to your local laws. So you don't have to make any reference to whatever European Court of Justice or decision of United Nations. No, this is really something that you can agree about in the respect of even Islamic finance issues, how to finance certain things, so to make everyone happy and really make this the framework around the legal framework, a regulatory framework around what you want to design, flexibly adaptable, or what you have to develop.
Thank you, Carlos. Our last question I would like to ask Engineer Ibrahim, because I think, as I emphasized in the beginning, Saudi is very important. Are you actually in Saudi looking to restructuring that price tariff for the Saudi? I mean, to remove the subsidy or amend it? And in the same time, if you have this plan, the ambitious target for renewable energy for the national grid, it will be a very challengeable, and definitely it's something you can work on it, but it will raise the level of uncertainty, especially now if we look to the European Union. They are actually facing some problems, especially in Germany. And do you consider the first question, the tariff restructure? And the second question, do you actually work in having, or let's say you have the technical plan to face the difficulty with the renewable energy, which actually will create another opportunity? But there is always two sides of the renewable energy, the positive and the negative side. So do you consider these both things in your planning? Yes.
Actually, regarding to the structure of the subsidies, really I don't have any idea, because there is a committee which is in their responsibility to decide on the plan, how they can remove or to reduce the subsidies. But regarding to technical readiness of Saudi Electricity Company, yes, actually we do our plan to have all the infrastructure required to mitigate or to achieve the target, which is targeted by the ministry and by the government, as well as we train our people how can they deal with the renewable. As you know, this is the new topic in the Middle East countries. So how to deal with this topic? Actually, we train our people now. We are ready right from now to accept or to operate renewable as per the targeted by the government.
Thank you very much.
Just to mention something, do not forget, also which is very important, I think also for this region, that you have to be aware that this market landscape was completely changed. So traditionally, always you link this physical flow with the commercial flow, and that's it. Currently, there is completely new business cases, new business perspective, especially for your region, for example. There is financial trading. There is also huge, from my point of view, possibility also to benefit from the, market of the guarantees of origin, for example, which is a huge hype in Europe. And it is possible to import guarantees of origin. For example, even from your region, this could be also additional task for the GCCA to establish guarantees of origin market, to export it and import it in Europe. So you can imagine what is the price in Europe. I told you that one ton of the CO2 is €100. It will be also in the future interest of the big companies also to buy this so-called green energy. So there is a possibility to be very creative, and without physical connection to European or US market, also to establish some joint market in some other products.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank you all, the speakers, for your discussion and your input in this important session. And I would like to thank also GCCIA to arrange these sessions to actually expedite the power trading in the region. And we wish for all of you the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you, gentlemen. Now I would like to invite Engineer Ahmed to present trophies to the participants and have a group picture. let's have a group picture as well, gentlemen. Yeah. Thank you, gentlemen. Gentlemen, we'll have a 2 minutes break now. تفضلوا بس بدنا نبلش السيشن بقى. حضرة الحضور بدنا نبلش السيشن الرابعة لو سمحتوا. Ladies and gentlemen, we will resume our forum with the fourth session on the market rules and exchange rules for the Gulf electricity market. I would like to invite Ms. Marie Roos of APV to deliver the speech. Marie Roos of APV. Mr. Marie Roos, Director of African Power Ventures.
Hi, Marie.
Is Mr. Marie Roos around? He'll be online. Okay. So our moderator for this session would be Mr. Fawad Ali from the Department of Energy in the UAE, our participants would be Ihsan Sharif, Marie Roos, Salman Al-Uwaifi, and Dr. Muhammad Al-Hamad. Now I'll give the floor to Mr. Marie Roos.
Good afternoon. This is Mr. Roos speaking. I'd like to know if you can hear me fine and if you can see me fine. Good afternoon. I'd like to know, can you hear me?
Gentlemen, we are having our session right now. We would really appreciate it if you can be seated, please. Mr. Marie Roos will start his session virtually. We really appreciate you if you get seated, please. Thank you very much. Mr. Marie Roos, you can start your session.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Mr. Marie Roos, and thank you very much for the introduction. And also just let me say thank you very much for the invitation to participate. I really appreciate that. And I wish I could have been there in person. If my circumstances was different, I would have been there. But I am with you there in spirit. And I have followed the proceedings this morning thus far. And I must admit, it looks like there are very exciting times ahead. These are great challenges that are awaiting us, and for the GCCIA to be part of that, and for the whole Gulf region, this is a tremendous opportunity to pretty much catapult the whole industry, electricity industry, through the development of a competitive and an efficient electricity market. And in doing so, you'll be able to unlock significant benefits, not only for your individual countries, but for the whole region as well. And it's very exciting to be part of that journey. I have put together a presentation that will form the basis of the discussion this afternoon. And with your permission, I will go through some of these slides, and I will not waste too much time, because I think it's important that we also leave enough time for discussions at the end. I'm not so sure if you can see my presentation. I hope you can see the presentation.
It's clear from our side. Go ahead. Yeah,
okay.
We can see it.
Thank you very much. So this is the table of contents, and you'll see it's a fairly short presentation. We're pretty much going to quickly talk about some of the background issues that will inform or underpin our discussion this afternoon. We'll make a couple of observations. We'll look at some international experiences, and ultimately just a few points on the conclusions, and ultimately also quite important that we carve out a way forward in this respect over here. So without wasting too much time, let me jump straight into the background. And this slide for me, kind of talks to what one can also refer to as the building blocks for effective market regulation. And I guess there could be many definitions for an efficient electricity market. But the one I like, and the one that I've put in italics here at the top of the slide, is where we say that the role of the electricity market regulation is to create an enabling environment for the efficient trade of electricity. And these are the 4 building blocks, which I think is actually quite important to get to that enabling environment and to make sure that electricity can be traded efficiently. And we can see the 4 building blocks on the left over there. Obviously very important because we are talking about the market rules, would be the rules themselves. Obviously, those are the rules that gets written down and they spell out what I tend to refer to as the 5 W's and H. In other words, they spell out and they give an articulation of who, what, where, when, why, and how. And so we will measure the rules, and as one develops the rules, you'll always keep in mind these 5 W's and H to make sure that the rules are completely adequate and they address many of the issues that are of concern. And there are many details and many issues of the rules that will have to change. This morning and during the day so far, we've heard many recommendations about new changes that will be made or should be made to the electricity market in the Gulf states in the GCC. And all that means is that the rules will have to adapt ultimately and conform to the direction that the market participants want to move in. And so therefore the rules are so important to underpin that, govern kind of the rules of the game over here, govern how the participants will interact and trade electricity with one another. The second building block, which I also think is quite important, it looks pretty mundane, but for a market operator running an efficient electricity market, that's extremely important, is to have an administration system that works very well. And not going to go into too much detail, but here we can see we're talking about efficient policies, procedures, and processes, issues around the potential development and amendment of market rules, the whole question around data management, settlements, and disputes. All of those are extremely important aspects of the administration of an efficient market.
May I interrupt here, Mary? You can now control, I think, the slides from your side, if you would like to flip it right and left.
Ah, okay. Let me see if I would be able to do that, Mohammed. Hold on a second. I can. Ah, there we are. Okay, let's see. That's it. Thank you very much, Mohammed. Perfect. And so after the administration, the whole issue around operations is extremely important. Here we're talking about the trading platforms themselves, making sure that the trading platforms reflect the rules that were developed and follow the specific rule content to the letter. The trading tools themselves, the mechanisms, how will that work, whether it's price clearing in a zonal, or a nodal, or an in-out systems, and the whole issues around the collection of data around metering, clearing, and settlements. And ultimately at the bottom of here, my last building block, which I think is quite important for an efficient market regulation, would be about access to resources. And these are the resources that will make sure that the market is efficiently implemented. Of course, we fully understand that there are 2 main key resources over here. Those would be the human resources and the financial resources. Having been part of design and implementation of a number of market rules in some parts of the world, I have come to the realization that one should not estimate underestimate the importance here of human resources. Now, these are the human resources not only of the formal institutions like the GCC, but also of the members that will participate. This is extremely important that these members are fully capacitated and are fully committed and are passionate about electricity trading. And those are key issues for me. And ultimately, of course, we do also need financial resources to support the human resources and the capacitation of the market itself. Just a couple of observations around the whole issue around some of the governing documents over here. And these are kind of almost, one can see these as instruments for market governance and the effective implementation of the market itself. I think we're all very familiar with the main instruments here at the top. Those being the general agreement between the member states, the rules, the PETA rules themselves, that's between applicable for the member states, the procurement party, as well as the TSO parties. And of course, also a number of multilateral agreements that will be in place between the member states, procurement parties, and the TSO. But the one that I'd like to just draw quick attention to, which I think is the main focus of this slide, to say that there are additional instruments over here that are also very important to make sure that the market operates according to the principles that have been laid out. And the two that I think are important for this session's discussion, in addition to the interconnect and transmission code on the left, the ones that I've indicated there in the block would be the power exchange rules and the market rules themselves. And these are the rules that then, of course, set in motion and create the foundation for efficient trade in the electricity market itself. And these are the rules that will be subject of ongoing change and updates as the GCCIA and the whole region embarks on embracing some of the many changes that have been recommended over here and moving towards an extremely liquid and an efficient market over here. And so these two instruments that we look at, I see them almost as the vehicles that will take us from where we are now to where we need to be. And if I then flip over to the next slide, is then talking about, well, fine, now that we have got the instruments, we've identified that these two instruments are quite important for taking us forward and making the market rules and changes. This slide over here then talks more specifically about the organizations that will help us to get us from where we are at the moment to where we need to be. And we can see on the left-hand side over here, the key participants as we have them now within the GCCIA. We see the member states, we see the procurement parties, the TSO parties, and of course the GCCIA underpinning all of them in terms of the market regulations and running an efficient market. And on the right-hand side over here, we see a slight breakdown then of the different committees that are in play and that are being deployed kind of to help the participants on the left to make sure that we follow and implement an efficient market over here. And then this, we can see right at the top over there, starting with the Electricity and Water Ministerial Committee, that then cascades down into the Advisory and Regulatory Committee, the ARC, quite an important one. And we can see even the ARC has got two specific roles that they refer to as the advisory role, as well as the regulatory role of the ARC. And then below the ARC, we have the Operations Committee and the Planning Committee as well. And the one that I've highlighted over here now, again in the red block, because I'd like to draw the attention to that, is the whole issue around a Markets Committee. So these committees are, of course, very important organizations that will use the instruments to make sure that we follow and implement the market changes that we're looking for. And in this particular case, the recommendation that I'd like to put forward today as part of this session discussion is that a GCCIA would then also establish, in addition to the committees that I've just mentioned, also a Markets Committee. Given the number of changes that we are facing, it is actually quite important that such a committee be established to spearhead, to make sure that the proper rules are designed and implemented and followed throughout the organization and value chain. We can't just leave this for chance. This is an ongoing, dedicated piece of work. And it's the market rules. If we have got the wrong market rules, we know that the market will not be efficient, the market will not be liquid. But if we have the proper rules in place, and many of the recommendations have been made today about how to improve the market and how to meet the needs of the future participants in the market, current and future participants, I see this Markets Committee as being one of the central institutions that will first of all design, then amend, and make sure that these market rules are properly implemented. And there would be a feedback loop, of course, to make sure that if their rules needs to be amended, that the necessary amendments can be made, approved, and then once again implemented. And so, you know, the natural question would be, is, Maria, but I mean, are you saying that this is the only place where we need such a market committee? Or are there other areas where a market committee is also being used to spearhead the implementation of new market rules? And I can almost say I have never seen any electricity market, the competitive electricity market being developed without a Markets Committee. Essentially because the rules are so important, they actually have dedicated a specific committee towards market development. This slide over here is kind of showing us the structure of the Southern African power pool. And I've highlighted over here that in the Southern African power pool, they have got a specific markets subcommittee looking after the specific design of market rules, the implementation, the surveillance, and the oversight of the market itself, plus many other roles and responsibilities that that market subcommittee is responsible for. In fact, some of those are highlighted on this slide over here. But this slide is by no means exhaustive. And as many of the previous speakers today mentioned, yes, we should learn from international examples, but the solutions should be homegrown and specific to the market that you are operating in. So I mentioned this as to say is that this is pretty much precedent in the rest of the world, where electricity markets have been implemented, that the market committee as an important one. Another example which I can quickly touch on would be in the PJM. And here we can see the kind of the different committees and the governing structures that they have in the PJM market to oversee the implementation of an efficient market. Here we can see the issue around standing committees. They have got market committees themselves. They also have subcommittees that are informing the main committees here, the market committee. Under the subcommittees, they also have what they refer to as task force, and ultimately they have user groups. And so this is a very specific, dedicated structure which the PJM have adopted to make sure that they adequately consult through the different participants in the organization, and even with user groups out there to make sure that their rules address the needs of the participants, but also quite importantly that the rules are efficient and that they promote an efficient market and that they don't stand in the way of the appropriate investments. Sending signals into the market is of course extremely important, and I think that's where the market rules will help us to send the appropriate signals into the market. And then lastly, I mean, this is a very brief tour of some of the key issues around the development of the market rules. And the summary comments which I would leave now with the session this afternoon is the first of all is that the GCCI now need to undertake a significant development of governing documents to make sure that there's a smooth operations of the competitive markets in the dam and many of the other markets that will be developed. And the second bullet over there that I've just highlighted, based on some of these international experiences, it's important that the GCCI then establish a market committee to oversee the development of the market and exchange rules and the related issues. Today, we've heard so many recommendations, excellent recommendations that have been made. And yet now we understand that we need the vehicles to help us make sure that we update our rules. And now we also have the structure through the committees that will make sure that we ultimately make the correct adjustments to the rules and that those rules are then being implemented and adopted by the rest of the GCCI organizations with support, of course, from all the member states. And with this, thank you very much for listening. A very high level tour of some of the issues and comments and observations around the development of the market rules. And I will stop over there. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Mary, for a very insightful presentation, especially going through basic building blocks of an efficient and liquid market, and also your observation and recommendations for GCCIA. My name is Fawad Ali. I'm Partnership and Sectorist Director at Department of Energy, and I'll be the moderator for the discussion today. Before I talk about the subject and come up with some of the questions I have, I would like to introduce my fellow colleagues over here. I've got Salman. Salman, you want to say something, a few words about yourself and the company you represent?
First of all, I would like to thank GCCIA to give me this opportunity to discuss this topic in front of the distinguished audience. My name is Salman Al-Waifi from Principal Buyer Saudi Arabia in energy trading sector. Thank you.
And then from GCCIA?
Thank you. My name is Mohammed Yusuf Al-Hamad, Manager of Market Operation, developing the market in the region. Thank you.
Okay. Before we jump onto the question, I would like to say a few words about and actually extend what Marie has already mentioned. If we look at GCCIA, the last few decades, we have been primarily focusing on security supply. And that is reflected in how GCCI was developed, in its architecture, in its regulatory framework, so on and so forth. But the world has changed around us, and it is changing as we speak. Now we need to move on. The new topic is clean energy transition. And when we talk about clean energy transition, then you cannot underestimate the importance of power trading. Actually, I would say power trading and clean energy transition go hand in hand. Therefore, in my personal view, power trading for us now is a must, is no longer an option. And for that, we need to develop a market that can really result in the desired outcomes, which meets the requirement of all the member states in the region. In Abu Dhabi and generally in the UAE, we recognize the challenge, and we are actively working with GCCIA, and we really commend the efforts to date which GCCIA has undertaken to achieve the trading up to the date we have so far. We do believe there's a big road ahead of us, and there's a lot of room for improvement, and such events like today is just one step towards that. With that, I've put together some questions for my panel. I'll start with Dr. Hamad, if that's okay with you. Yeah. Before we talk about anything else, tell us about the journey GCCIA basically had to undertake to come up with market exchange rules.
Thank you giving this opportunity. Actually, journey is not, as you mentioned, it's not a short, it is a very long journey. It is a journey how you can adopt and transfer the knowledge, changing mindsets, and gathering all the targets of countries to have one union rules and regulations that combine them. And actually, through the developing of the initial trading regulations, which is PETA, Power Trade and Agreement, it talks almost 4 or 5 years, 3, 4, 5 years to come and mature it. And that's the beginning of the steps where in beginning they didn't expect that to have a lot of trade. Therefore, it was reduced from that version, and but open the floor for future. At least they can go ahead with that. And after that, after a few years, they recognize that there is some essential requirement for the energy. And here it comes up the need of energy. They need it initially for the emergencies, only during emergency to take certain power to adapt themselves. And after that, since 2016, they more recognized on that, where here we gathered some regulations, we set all our, thoughts and ideas, we put it on the table, we discussed them among ourselves until we come up with the regulations that's help member states to trade and make more, transaction among themselves.
Just elaborating the same question, could you tell us what challenges you faced, and most important, what lesson learned you would like to share with the audience?
Oh, thank you. Wow. Actually, the challenges, we produce it in one document. Actually, we set together internal first, and then we visit all member states. What's holding member states from trade? And that's the questions comes with the challenges. Subsidies, it is number one. Regulations, which is number two. It should be some certain regulations harmonize the requirement. And third, there is almost, we list 8 obstacles. And each one, it was taking one of the items which is holding the other markets or other entities from their perspective, until we come together in the crystals how we can the easiest way, that principle we can provide for them. It was we using the simple tool, very simple tool, at least to start communicating themselves. So communications, sort of understanding, regulations, opportunities, and it's crystal the requirement and need to develop the regulations and other things.
Thank you very much. Now I'll like to move to Mary, to yourself. Can you hear us?
I can hear you, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Mary, from your perspective, actually from outside-in point of view, what do you think the regulatory challenges GCCIA faces, And would you also like to give us some recommendation regarding what next step we should particularly focus on? I know you have covered few items in your presentation slide, but if you could summarize some of them for us as well, please.
Yeah, no, thank you very much for that question. I think it's quite important. I mean, just reflecting on the question, I would say probably it's quite important that the GCCIA they must first test all the systems. And obviously, when they develop new products, it's quite important that they then test the systems and make sure that those systems work adequately and as intended. And not only about the trading system, but also about the settlements and the billing systems, everything that goes with such the implementation of new products and services. The other one is, as I mentioned, and I want to touch on that again, is the whole issue and the importance about making sure that all the parties that participate are then fully trained and fully familiar with the market rules themselves. It's only when they have the confidence that they understand the market and that they feel that they are able to take advantage of the market in an environment that they can understand that they will actively start with trading, and we will develop the liquidity that is needed. So very important from that point of view that we have traders that are passionate and that they have the capability to do so. And I think just lastly, I think just reflecting on some of the needs and some of the requirements that needs to go forward. And I want to come back to the whole issue around the rules will have to be updated. The rules will have to be modified to take advantage of many of the new suggestions that have been made today, and which the GCCI may adopt some of them, is that these rules then needs to be updated. And I think this is again where the whole process of how the rules will be adjusted, amended and adopted is quite important. And here I see the vehicles such as and institutions such as the market rules, as well as the a market committee being extremely important instruments in helping us to get where we want to.
Thank you very much. Now I'll move on to Salman. Salman, as you know that currently we have a very basic products or things which we are currently looking in terms of trading, as you know, from more mature market perspective, they are very limited products. What products in future you would like GCCIA to consider and introduce? And also, could you reflect a little bit on market exchange rules as well? What kind of things we should look into?
Yes, thank you for your question. I think we have to refer to the concept of electricity market. Electricity market can be approached by two ways. The traditional thinking, which means there is sufficient supply to meet the demand, and it means the electricity, it is essential utility. The second one, it is the modern thinking, which means there is a meeting ground for sellers and buyers, and it means the electricity a tradable commodity. If we consider this concept, I think there is lots of things we have to add it in our region. There is a bilateral market. It is already in place in GCC region, but I think we should maximize the transactions. There is a physical forward market, monthly, weekly. There is a spot market. In GCCIA, we have a platform, Energy Market Management System, which is a web-based application, which provide a platform for GCC countries to handle all transactions related to selling and buying and request for quotation. I think member state should contribute and participate in this platform. Spot market, maybe in future we should go in this direction for day ahead and intraday. In terms of products, I think the ancillary services, it is very important in our region. Maybe there is a new team or committee, they just formed by GCCIA, will focusing on the services that we can trade it in our network. maybe this will encourage the GCC countries to achieve a competitive electricity market.
Thank you very much. Dr. Actually, I would like to extend the same question to you as GCCIA, so that we get the ball rolling and using the experience you have had so far. Which product to begin with you would like all the member states to focus on? And I'm talking about not just from the introduction of the product in the market, but also in terms of developing required skill set and also other resources needed for the same.
Very interesting question. I would like also to include my colleague here, Ihsan. If you can, because he's working on the product itself, and I think he will be more than me answering this question. Can you, Ihsan?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Mohammed. Yeah, I just like to add that, like what has been discussed, that the transition for the GCC market has been very natural, as Dr. Mohammed has already mentioned that, and also other panelists agree that there cannot be a copy-paste approach from the other markets. So this has been a very challenging task for us, for GCCIA, to select the right product and the right market and when to introduce that. So in 2018, we started off with a pilot project to introduce day-ahead market with the auction mechanism, and which couldn't work because there was only 6 players in the market. And after realizing that, later part of 2018, we introduced day-ahead continuous market, for which we also introduced the market rules and exchange rules as well. And then we've seen that a member state wanted to have block bids. So it was very difficult for us to have user-defined block bids for 6 member states in the market. So now we have reached a consensus with all the member states that will be introducing a day-ahead block market, meaning 24 block market, which will be soon introduced, and we're working on the market rules and exchange rules to reflect this product, which will be introduced soon.
Thank you. I'll move to Mary. Mary, from your experience and also looking at GCCIA, which product, again, it is an extension of the same question, you think is most appropriate for us to at least look into in the first instance and then establish things later on?
Yeah, no, it's a very good question, and I think it's appropriate. I think there are a number of very important products that needs to be developed. In addition to the one that Ihsan just referred to now, which is the block bid, I ultimately think that given the importance of a proper reference price in the market, I would imagine that the development of a spot market, in particular, let's say a day-ahead market, would be a very important step for the GCCIA and their members to take. That reference price is essential, which will then become the reference for prices not only in bilateral contracts, but also potentially in some of the financial contracts. And ultimately, I would imagine one would move towards a balancing market. I think the whole introduction of a significant number of renewable projects in the region, capacity, will demand from us to become more dynamic in our pricing arrangement, also will demand from us to be more dynamic in our products that we offer. We know from experience in other parts of the world that if you start to introduce significant quantities of renewables, the whole profile of generation changes to kind of conform to and adapt itself around the renewable energy projects, whether those are solar or wind projects. And then suddenly additional services and products will be required to make sure that that market operates as efficiently as possible. And it's important to know where it is heading, but it is also important to take small steps one at a time. And we should not try and design the ultimate market on day one, but make sure that we do start with liquidity. Once the liquidity is in the market, one can then start to fine-tune some of the rules and products that we have to make sure that we address the needs of the participants. But in summary, I would say very important that we introduce a dynamic day-ahead market, then probably followed by a balancing market, and ultimately an ancillary services market will be essential to make sure that we look after the quality of the networks and the quality of our electricity.
Thank you, Ari. I've got so many more questions from myself because it's a very interesting subject for me personally because we've been working on it for such a long time. But I would like now give a chance to our audience if they have any questions. Yes.
Talking about products, would it be beneficial to start even from, in pure risk management terms, start from trading shapes instead of block or hours? What is your point about?
Sharif, would you like to take that question?
Sorry, I couldn't hear that.
So my question was, thanks Fawad for the mic. What is your point of view? Wouldn't it be better to start trading around shapes as a very first hedging product, which is actually every supplier sells the aggregate of shapes of its customers and makes on a platform exchange or whatever transparency about the price of every hour of the shape, instead of going with block bids or how the products separated from each other?
Yeah, I agree with you. As you said in your session that we need to go step by step. So we had taken that approach when we launched the pilot project, and things quite didn't work out when we introduced the hourly products. So then we had a feedback from member state to have at least a minimum number of hours that they can trade on the exchange. So with limited players, having a block bid with the user defined was not possible. So we thought, let's start with the block bid of 24 hours. And then based on liquidity in the market and based on feedback from member state, we will then define the other blocks in the market.
Okay, maybe I can answer from UAE's experience over here as well. You need to be mindful how most of the countries are in terms of market structure are actually working on this subject. Here, generally speaking, the objective function is least cost over a period. So an individual hour or couple of hours is of a lesser importance the way the structure has been introduced currently in this region. So if you want to go into RD block or shapes, until or unless it's well defined and it's simple and it's in line with at least what's currently in place, it will be very difficult to achieve. We have had some success in exchanging, megawatts, but then you have only, you can say very limited opportunities available for member state. And I agree with Sharif as well that, to begin with, we have to have a very simple product, which is more or less in line with what we currently have in place. And when we talk about day block, this is the kind of a, you can say, standard pattern we use across the region. That at a day stage, all may be single buyer depending on how the individual country has designed its system, is responsible for coming up with a schedule for the next day. This allows enough time for member state, maybe system operator or single buyers to adjust and maybe exchange, discuss some exchanges among each other to optimize their portfolio. Any more questions? Okay. If there are no more questions, then I would like to just conclude this session with a few items which I have at least noted down. I think all in all, what we need to do is now translate our discussion about trading into actually an execution plan. Just to begin with, what I'm talking about is the bare minimum things which we need to do is, number one, in my view, and please help me out, my panelist over here, is that we need to extend our existing regulatory framework like we have done for operation and planning issues, like we have Operation and Planning Committee, we have ARC. We need to extend it and have a statutory steering committee for market trading as well. That committee should have membership for all from all member states who should be basically suitably trained to take decision on behalf of the member state and establish fit for purpose regulatory framework along with the set of rules to enable an active and liquid market in the region. And also, I concur with GCCIA that we need to take one step, and step that should be simple so that people learn as they execute deals, and then we need to elaborate and add more and more products. With that in mind, I think day-ahead block is a good idea. We need to expedite execution of that as soon as possible, and all member states should extend this support to GCCIA. With that, I'll conclude, and I would like to thank GCCIA for arranging this discussion, and thank you, my panel members as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Now I would like to ask Mr. Dr. Muhammad Al-Hamad to present the trophies to the participants. Let's have a group photo as well. Last but not least, I would like to inform you that we will have lunch after a tour in the pavilion. And we would like you please to give us your review on the forum today by going through the barcode that will show in the display.
الباركود أحمد.